And we are live.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. My name is Joe Leyba, and I want to welcome you to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. The date is September 2nd. Before we get going, I would ask Dr. Gandhi to do a roll call.
Mr. Solari,
At your service.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Minkus,
Here.
Mr. Leyba,
Here.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair, you're on mute. Still on mute, but I do see him on the video. Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Ms. Lochnikar,
Here.
and Ms. Nair.
Here.
I'm
Okay.
unmuted now. And
There
I'm
we
here.
go. All accounted for, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Okay, we will start with conflicts of interest. Ms. Walmsley?
Mr. President, I have submitted mine in writing prior to the meeting.
Okay,
And Mr. President, just there was a correction on Ms. Walmsley's. You said 28F to 28G, correct?
Correct. Looks like the agenda items changed number since I started my original documentation. But I'll submit an amended document.
okay, thank you. And I have submitted mine in writing as well, and I will recuse for the reason as we approach the topic. Mr. Tong,
Present. None.
any conflicts of interest?
No.
Okay, Ms. Nair?
Yes, I'm recused from 4W, which is item 200234, and I work for that company. And I'm recused from 9A for the same reason. I also work for the company.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen, we didn't receive any forms from you. Would you be able to submit those forms for each of those items?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Solari?
None.
Ms. Lochnikar?
None.
Mr. Minkus?
None.
Mr. Dang?
None.
Mr. Blair?
I am recused from agenda item 4P, agenda item 13A, and agenda item 30G, and I have submitted the paperwork for all three.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 3, past meeting minutes. We can do the 3A, April 9th special meeting.
Mr. President, before we start, just want to remind the board members as we approach an agenda item to recuse from, please identify that during the meeting and then the reason why for our records.
Absolutely. Board members, any discussion or a motion for 3A?
Mr. President, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the minutes. They seem accurate to me.
Second.
So 3A and 3B, is that your intention?
Yes, sir. Both of them.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and I have a second by Ms. Walmsley. All those
Mr.
in
Leyba,
favor? Yeah.
I have one correction on 3B that we're doing it separately.
Okay,
On
go ahead
3B
and voice that.
Okay, 3B, item 30J, the vote is not correct. It should be 5 voted for it instead of 7. It has 11 total votes.
Mr. Gandhi's making a note of that. Okay, having said that, thank you for that, Ms. Nair. Any other corrections? Okay, can I get an amended motion, Mr. Solari?
Yes, sir. I'll amend my motion to make the corrections as Ms. Snare indicated and then approve the minutes.
Second.
And I have amended second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We will go to consent agenda, or I'm sorry, yeah, consent agenda tab 4, complaints. And I will ask if there are any complaints that want to be pulled from the complaint committee's review. We are pulling 4A 20-0192. There was no quorum. 4M 20-0221, no quorum. 4W 20-0234, no quorum. And 4AA 2020-21 by staff request.
Mr. President, based on Dr. Gandhi's request, I am recused from items 4D, 4G, 4J, 4K, 4N, 4Q, and 4R on this tab, all because they are employees or former employees of my company.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, Mr. President, may I request item 4D as in dog, 4S, and 4Y be pulled for review?
Mr. President, I am recused from 4W. I work for the company.
Okay.
Mr. President, I am recused from 4P, as I am a personal friend of the respondent.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Galvin, is that what you had envisioned, or was it when we literally landed on the case that we would do the recusals?
With this consent agenda, this is what I envisioned.
Okay,
And
thank
for
you.
those of you who have recused, if you would refrain from either making the motion or seconding the motion.
Okay, having said that, I am recused from 20-0192. That is my employer, 20-0221. I have working knowledge and past working relationship with the respondent. Okay, so first one, 4A, Ms. Walmsley, I will step back if you would please take over.
Sure. For complaint 4A is we received a complaint that an independent pharmacist, pharmacy owner was bringing his animal to the pharmacy daily. A complaint was received by an employee of the pharmacy.
Are you doing 4A?
Yes.
Yes.
That's not what
I
I
have
have.
a different 4A.
I have 20-0192 is 4A.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong tab here. Apologize. Patient filed a complaint that the pharmacy had contacted her physician's office, telling the clerical staff that she was taking too much tramadol, and asking the physician if they were aware. The patient alleges that this was done despite not having a request on a refill for the tramadol. The patient also claims that they have been charged for 2 prescriptions while only receiving 1. This was pulled due to lack of quorum, right?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion?
I say the findings at the store support that only 1 prescription was filled and sold, and the insurance call was for the husband, not the person who's making the complaint.
I agree with you, Ms. Nair. Do you have a recommendation?
Yeah, I make a motion to dismiss.
And I'll second that motion. I agree with that.
I agree as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. 4D, 20-0189. A pharmacy submitted a DEA 106 for significant loss of a controlled substance. Additional controlled substance losses were discovered by the compliance officer with no apparent explanation.
Mr. President, I requested this to be pulled because I wanted to look at 4D and 4Y together. They were both cases where there was narcotics missing, and it seems to be due to lack of record keeping or sloppy work by the pharmacies. But in one case, in 4D, we are going with an advisory letter, and with 4Y, more or less for the same similar circumstances, we're going for a consent agreement for letter of reprimand. And I couldn't figure out why we came out with 2 different recommendations when the cases in some ways were really similar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sari. I think we'll take them one by one. If you want to do that, we should probably pull the other one when we get there, not blend the 2 since they're separate cases. Ms. Galvin, would you agree with that?
I would, but Mr. Solari's point seems to be that there are inconsistent resolutions. So it might be more conducive to look at the facts of each and determine why the committee made the recommendations that it did.
Okay. So speaking to that, if we can take them both together, I'm fine with that. Looking at 4D, there was not a pattern of history with the same type of offense. Looking at the other one, Mo, that was the third or fourth time, I cannot remember, that the compliance officer had
It was
brought the
3.
same items. You got 3. Okay. It was multiple times. And the compliance officer during the complaint review made a statement to support the letter of reprimand, meaning it has not improved and it has continued.
Okay.
In this case, it's a tough one, and we did talk about that, and we looked at it over and over. We did not see in the reading that we have and the evidence that we have in front of us that there's employed pilferage. We did not see proof that one way or the other what was happening with it, and that's the problem. What we did see is a concern, and more than likely it's related to record keeping, and that's why that letter of concern was issued versus a letter of reprimand.
Very well. I just wanted to make sure I understood the difference between the 2 cases. Thank you.
Thank you for pulling that. Board members, is it okay if I move on to the others? If there's any more discussion on that, I'm willing to entertain it. Okay, looking at 4M 20-0221, I will step back and ask Ms. Walmsley to proceed.
This complaint was that a pharmacy labeled 2 prescriptions incorrectly. The complainant stated that they received 2 prescriptions, one for prednisone, one for doxycycline. The complainant stated that the bottle was labeled for doxycycline contained prednisone, and the bottle labeled for prednisone contained doxycycline. Discussion.
My thought was 3 hours of CE, and I'll make that my motion. 3 hours CE for the pharmacist above what is required, due within 90 days.
I agree. This is Kevin.
Yeah, what area?
Error prevention.
Error prevention, yeah.
And we're not including a technician in this particular case because there wasn't a technician that was involved in the error. The pharmacist, just for the record, the pharmacist was the person that actually completed the filling for this prescription and then also did the final product review for the product.
Correct.
Okay.
Is this disciplinary or non-disciplinary?
Non-disciplinary.
So I have a motion by Ms. Snare, second by Mr. Solari. Any
Mr.
further
Dang.
comment?
Mr. Dang.
Sorry, Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 4S, licensee failed to fully comply with the board subpoena.
I believe I requested that to be pulled, and I just wanted to add to it that we're recommending conference, which I agree with, but I just wanted to add to that, if the respondent did not respond to the request for conference, we go directly to the hearing. We don't need to see this case come back again to add the hearing part to it.
No, I believe you're correct, and I think Dr. Gandhi clarified that during the complaint review. Can you confirm that, Cam?
I believe we discussed that.
Yeah.
On the recommendations, you just said conference, so I just wanted to make sure that's clear, that we don't need to see it again. If he did not respond, just go to hearing.
Yeah, I do believe you're right, Mr. Solari.
And there were more details involved. He did respond, he just didn't provide all of the documentation.
Well, either way, if he doesn't provide the documentations in time, we move on. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. 4W. A patient received a prescription for Xarelto 20 milligram with directions of take 1 tablet daily as needed. The patient did not take the subsequently suffered embolic stroke, resulting in a permanent disability. The same patient received hydralazine prescription with directions take 1 tablet 3 times daily. A subsequent prescription with the same written date contained directions of take 1 tablet 2 times a day. The correct dose is BID, not TID. This is the newest RX. the patient received no previous communication of the possibility of an incorrect dose on the first prescription. And there was no quorum on this, and here it is for full board review.
Mr. President, I'd like to recommend 3 hours of continuing education in patient safety and error prevention for the PIC and for the pharmacist involved, and a letter of concern for the permit holder, non-disciplinary letter of concern to the permit holder. And there's a lot of different things that went on here, and some of them, I mean, if I'm the doctor's office, instead of sending a second prescription 20 minutes later when you realize you made a mistake, pick up the phone and call. But nevertheless, the pharmacist should have realized when he got that DUR error, all you had to do was look at, the timestamp and see that the first prescription was filled 20 minutes earlier. So, I mean, there's contributing factors there. And likewise, I just think, it was just sloppy all around, which is why I think a letter of concern to the permit holder as well, non-disciplinary. So non-disciplinary CE, 3 hours in addition to what is normally required for renewal to be completed in 90 days, and a non-disciplinary letter of concern.
Any other discussion, board members?
If I can just ask for some clarification, this is 4W, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we have 2 separate permit holders, 2 separate PICs, and an additional, looks like 2 additional pharmacists. So we need to, if you're just going to reference pharmacist, PIC, and permit, we need to identify which ones.
Mr. Blair, my line of thinking was similar to yours, but when I really read it and looked at it, I felt that the DUR pharmacist and the final verification pharmacist were the ones that the CE would be appropriate for. And the reason is the DUR pharmacist, to your point, he, in the reading, claims that he looked at just the dose alert, didn't look at the SIG, didn't look at the whole prescription holistically, which in my opinion, you need to do that. So then he deferred that to the product verification pharmacist who is responsible for the SIG. The PIC at the time said the product verification pharmacist was the one that was given coaching and corrective action, whatever that may be, at their permit. And then the permit did go ahead and do additional training on that. So my recommendation was for not the PIC, it was for the DUR pharmacist, and it was for the pharmacist of final verification. Standard of practice, in my opinion, this is my philosophy and opinion, when you do see an as needed on something like this, you pick up the phone and you make a phone call to the prescriber. You don't let it go through if you're the DR pharmacist or the final product verification pharmacist. In this case, I don't think the permit had anything to do with that decision making at that point. The permit holder did react and did offer education and a quality report that they did train all employees on, and that's why I left the permit holder out. The PICs were literally doing the cleanup work after this error took place. The hydralazine, it looks like a combination of the prescriber once again sending in a prescription for PID when it should have been BID, and then made that correction. The pharmacist did intercede at that point, tried to do everything that they could to stop it, but that ship had failed and that prescription had already gone out. So they sent the correction and communicated with the patient. And that is a lot of words that I just said, so I will stop there. And I was similar to you, but that was my line of thinking, Mr. Blair.
Okay, and that makes good sense.
I agree with your points, Mr. Leyba. Sorry, Kevin. The one exception is because this is a mail order pharmacy, I don't know that the final product review pharmacist would have seen that information. I mean, I'm not an expert on what their particular mail order process looks like, but I really believe that this is truly a DUR error. So I don't know that I think we need to extend the CE requirements outside of the DUR pharmacist.
And Ms. Wamsley, why I derived at that was the PIC said that was the individual who was given the corrective action, so to speak, and the pharmacist with the DUR said that was their responsibility. So we got 2 employees from the same permit, one the PIC saying that's who was given the education or the coaching.
Okay, I'm okay with that then.
Any other discussion? Mr. Blair, would you like to make a motion, or do you want me to take a stab at it?
I'm totally confused as to who's who here, so I'll let you take a
Okay.
stab.
I would like to offer 3 hours of continuing education in anticoagulation therapy due on top of the biannual inventory within 90 days for the DUR pharmacist and for the final product verification pharmacist.
And I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
This is in addition and non-disciplinary?
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, good discussion. Thank you.
And I'm recused, just a reminder.
Yep, thank you. 4Y, a pharmacist in charge submitted a third response to a complaint, causing the complaint to be tabled for further investigation. And I believe we discussed this a little bit. Mr. Solari, do you feel comfortable
Yes,
with the
sir.
discussion?
We can move on, yes.
Okay. Board members, anybody else want to discuss this before we move forward? Okay, having said that, 4AA, an Arizona located business is selling RX-only devices from a UPS box from his home without a permit. And this one was pulled for full board review. And I think it would be beneficial if we could get board staff, somebody to give us a brief summary of what the concerns were on this before the board went into deliberation.
Sure, I'll go ahead and take a stab at it. So Omega Medical is and resides in Arizona and has been selling RX-only products online, as far as we know, only online. But from investigating on the online version, I found a number of items which are in the packet that show that it is RX only. The owner of Omega Medical Supplies seemed to want to do the right thing. He was trying to comply. However, all of what he was saying was happening did not appear to coincide with what we could see on his website as to what was available. We were trying to work with Mr. Stodgehill, and he was invited or notified about this meeting. And I do think he's trying to do the right thing. I think he doesn't understand maybe what is RX only items and what is not.
Regardless, can you confirm that he's selling RX only medications and over-the-counter medications?
Devices and over-the-counter medications, yes.
But have we determined if he actually takes possession of these items, or is he basically acting almost like a 3PL in this?
I couldn't tell. I agree with you. I couldn't tell whether he was or was not. So that has not been determined.
So I would make a motion that we move this to conference. If we need to talk to the individual and find out exactly what he's doing and how.
Second.
I agree. Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. Any other discussion? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Consent agenda tab 5.
Do we need a motion to?
Yes.
Adopt? Yep. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
And I can't make that motion because I'm recused from one.
I
I'm
think you're on
happy to
mute,
make
Cam.
the motion. Oh. May I make the motion to approve tab 4 with all the recommendations of the complaint committee and everything we discussed as is, and proceed from there?
Okay, I have a
Second,
motion
Kevin.
and I have a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
And Mr. President, for the record, board staff has made note on the folks that have not participated in some discussion, the
Thank you.
recusals.
Tab 5, consent agenda, refer to formal administrative hearing. Cam, would you mind teeing up tab 5 for board members?
Certainly, I think we discussed this at the last board meeting about folks that are not replying to board staff when we're requesting information and then when we subpoena them. So they basically missing in action. And so instead of moving it forward to a complaint conference and so forth, I think the decision at the board meeting was to put on the consent agenda to move it straight to hearing. So we speed up the process a little bit. And so the 5 you see here are folks that have not been cooperative with the board and board staff, even when we've issued a subpoena.
Okay, thank you. Board members, hearing that, do you have any questions?
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to, on consent agenda 5, to move to hearing as recommended.
Second,
Thank you.
Kevin.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. I believe I heard Mr. Dang first. Do we need a roll call on this?
You do not.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, if I can, for Ms. Galvin, on agenda item 4, I know we take a motion as a whole. Some of it was disciplinary. Should we go back and do a roll call?
Oh, you're right. Yes, please.
Okay. I believe we can just start with the roll call.
Yeah, if we can, I think Mr.
Okay.
Solari made the motion, Mr. Dang made a second. Agenda item 4, roll call is Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
I noting my recusal.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, tab 6, consent agenda, executive director dismissals. Board members, I know you're comfortable and you have heard how these dismissals are vetted out. Dr. Gandhi, any comments before we take a vote to confirm the dismissals?
No, I just, one thought is it is vetted heavily. I think we've discussed at our prior meeting that once complaint is open or the case number is open, compliance officer reviews it, and we have Sandy reviewing it, Elizabeth and I review it. So we have multiple eyes and multiple people involved in this whole process before the final decision is made.
Yep. Okay, appreciate that. Having said that, I will take a motion for approval of tab 6.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for tab 6 executive director dismissal.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Walmsley, and I believe I heard second by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Tab 7, consent agenda, consent agreements. Noting recusals that have already been on record. Board members, any discussion? I look for a motion from somebody then that has not, does not have a recusal in this section.
Mr.
President.
President, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we accept consent agenda, consent agreements, tab 7. And
Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Blair and a second by Ms. Lochnikar. We'll do a roll call.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus, Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gandhi, if you could tee up tab 8, the method of how the recommendations were derived, and then we will open it up for discussion.
Certainly. So this agenda item number 8 are applicants and licenses that board staff really doesn't know what to do with. So we seek the guidance of chair and vice chair and present our case and obviously make a recommendation to put before the full board. Again, we as board staff just run into a wall thinking, hey, we should go this way, and sometimes we go this way. and we need better direction on some of these cases. And so this is a procedure that we've felt works best for the board and to expedite the situation.
Having said that, board members, do you have any concerns or questions on the recommendation for tab 8?
I don't have a concern, but I do have a request. Is it
Absolutely.
possible to put the recommendation on the item? I mean, the grid's helpful, but there's a lot of hunting to find what goes with what. Just a recommendation, just a question if that's possible.
It is a little tricky because that's part of the record, and so we just move it over from one file to the book. So, and we can't in the book make a notation like we used to be able to, like in Granicus. So the only way we could do it was it's added to the agenda, so you can view it on the agenda. I know Lori was working with me on that, and there's no way with this system to be able to do that.
I think it might be helpful, even if just the agenda items lined up with the way they are in the chart.
I agree.
You know, that, I mean, I don't know logistically how it is to do that, but, and also there were like 3 items that that are on there that would then move down to a different, that would then move to agenda item 14. So you don't have the case right next to you when you're looking at the recommendation. Again, this is just logistical, but to make it a little more user friendly.
Were those the appearance ones?
I
think they were.
Yes, they were.
So we have to move them to the appearance section.
Right. No, I understand that, but even if you had them listed as well under agenda item 8 and let's say see agenda item 14.
Okay.
That,
yep,
you know,
that's doable.
like I spent a good amount of time like looking to say where is the information for this case, and then, you know, I came up with it later on and then had to backtrack and so on. But, and again,
no problem.
I know you guys are working real hard on this, so. But.
Okay,
No
thank
problem.
you. Good feedback. And having said that, may I have a motion on tab 8, please? Consent agenda license permit recommendations.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we accept tab 8 consent agenda license permit recommendations.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion by Mr. Blair and a second by Mr. Solari. Do I need a roll call on this? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus, Mr. Minkus.
Aye.
There we go. Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 9, consent agenda license and permit applications. I'll open up for discussion. If there is none, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Leba, I am recused from tab 9B number 5 because it's a license for my employer.
Thank you.
And I am recused from 9A number 1, and for the same reason, my employer.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we accept tab 9 of the consent agenda license and permit applications.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Blair and a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Consent agenda special request 10. I am recused for the record on 10A, but I'll entertain discussion noting that or a motion.
I have a question. This is regarding the shots and being able to do them electronically in their system, correct? the,
Yes.
okay. I thought that we maybe were trying to form some type of rule that was okay going forward. Is that?
I believe so. Dr.
Yes,
Gandhi is,
that's-
yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I make a motion to approve this request. I think it's the safer option anyway, so I think it's great.
Are we
Um,
looking for an approval of 10A through C
That was my intention.
as one group?
Mhm.
I'll make a second for that.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
amend mine to making a motion to approve A, B, and C. 10A, B, and C.
Swansley.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So noting recusals, I have a motion to approve consent agenda item 10. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Agenda number 11, compressed medical gas supplier DME permits requiring board appearance. This is Direct Mobility LLC. Look for direction from board staff on this.
I'm just looking to see if they're on the meeting.
They were earlier.
I see
Oh, were
something
they?
that just popped up on the screen.
Yes.
So I think the initial question, I mean, the pictures of the location, everything looks clean and secure. I would, I don't recall how we've left off in the past on utilizing storage lockers for as a location for wholesalers. So my question here first would be, are these lockers, are they internal? In other words, are they inside a building or do they open to the outside?
Mr. Blair, you bring up a good point. If I could get Dr. Gandhi to give a recap of how we have, as a task force that was formed with the board, made recommendations on this type, and then we can move forward to direct mobility, answering Ms. Blair's second question. I think the baseline is important, so all board members understand what the stance was of the board.
Yeah, I believe several months ago, the board had concerns about product being stored either in garages or storage units or some form of locker that did not have access to proper temperature control or water or any sanitary conditions of that nature. And because of that, I think the board made a decision to not allow that kind of practice unless strong evidence can be showed otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And I have a representative from Direct Mobility. Would you state your name for the record, please? We can't hear you if you've introduced yourself.
And I believe his name is Mr. Bauman. We can't hear you, it looks like.
A request to unmute again. Still nothing, Mr. Bauman.
It was unmuted. Make sure your volume is up.
You've muted yourself now. Okay, looks like you're unmuted. We'd want to make sure your microphone is on and the volume is up. So you're unmuted in the meeting. You may be muted on your personal device.
Let me see if I can call Mr. Bauman.
Maybe what we could do is I could reach out to Mr. Bauman via phone. We could move on to the next item.
Dr. Ghani's doing that now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Mobility, this is Brian. How can I help you?
Hi, is this Mr. Bauman?
This is me.
Now, let me put you on my microphone so that the board can hear you. Give me a second, okay?
Yeah. I apologize about that. My computer is not wanting to pick up this Zoom call on the audio.
Not a problem.
We can hear him.
You can hear him now? Okay, perfect. Okay, Mr. Bauman, did you hear Mr. Blair's question?
Maybe could you repeat it for me, please?
Yeah, so my first question is, are the lockers that you're using, are these internal lockers, like inside a building, or do they open to the out?
Okay, hang on, Mr. Blair.
I'm
Hang
sorry.
on. Okay, please repeat your question, Mr. Blair.
Are the lockers where you are storing your equipment internal, or do they open to the outside? In other words, are they in a building?
Yes, the lockers where we store everything, they are inside. They're internal lockers, and they're climate controlled.
They are climate controlled. Okay, that was my next question. Okay, and do you stock anything that would be of a nature that it could, I don't want to say a perishable nature, but even things like tubing and so on that could dry out, or I see pictures of wheelchairs and things like that. I'm not that concerned about wheelchairs being affected, but tubing and solutions and things like that. Are you storing that in the lockers as well?
Well, right now we're in the process of getting our accreditation with Medicare, so we can start billing Medicare, Medicaid, and all the other insurances. And on our application, we are starting with wheelchairs, e-scooters, mobility scooters, and rollators. And then if I can get this too, we're looking at doing diabetic supplies. So there's nothing in there that's going to dry out or that's going to be a problem, which is one of the reasons why we chose the inside climate cooled lockers, because they keep everything really safe and from decay and dust and stuff like that, the elements.
Okay.
Mr. Bauman, I have a question for you. How do you, without running water, how do you sanitize equipment that is brought back in your possession? You said I read in the case that there is a clean and a dirty locker, but with no sink, with no way to sanitize at the site, how are you ensuring that is done?
We have a dirty locker. When anything is brought back, it's bagged per the protocol for our accreditation and tagged, and we bring it back to our dirty locker, and then we just spray it down with the appropriate chemical, which is usually just 10% just water, or the appropriate cleaner, equivalent cleaner in that locker. And then anything that is touched that equipment is bagged and then thrown away. And then once it's clean and secure for the next rental, we just bring it to the clean locker. It doesn't take a lot of running water.
Are you going to house, or do you house compressed gas?
No, we're not. We don't, and we're not going to at this point.
Question for staff, is there anything that would prohibit them from carrying compressed gas if we approve the permit?
There isn't. Our permit is very generic in profile, so once we approve it, it's a fully operational, whatever business they want to run off of that permit.
Can you confirm, board staff, that under the DME permit qualifications, is running water a required condition?
I'd have to look that up, Mr. President. I know I have Sandy on the line there. Maybe she can chime in real quick. I know for pharmacy, definitely, but
and that's kind of why I asked the question. And if he is going to carry diabetic supplies, that's kind of a broad category there as well. The go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think Sandy is getting unmuted right now.
Okay.
The rule doesn't specifically state that they have to have hot and cold running water like you'll see in the pharmacy sections, but it does have a sanitation requirement within those sections. So cleaning of equipment would fall within that. There's also some concern with the fact that we would need to do both the equipment and the records. I don't know how they're stored. If they're stored at 2 locations, it might need 2 permits for that. They would also need operational hours in order for us to inspect.
Those board staff's definite concern because you're looking at 2 different facilities separated by, I don't know how far apart they are, but you have the business that's going to be permitted potentially, and then you have an offsite center for the products. And typically that's not how we license folks. We license folks where the product and the records are in one place.
One concern that I have, having said that, is also that at a storage facility, when it's not your property, somebody else ultimately has the key to that, those lockers as well.
No, we have the only ones that have the keys.
So if there was an emergency, the owner of the storage facility couldn't access the locker?
They could break the locks, which is what they have to do, and then they charge you about $50 to do that.
I think another concern in the past has always been deliveries too. How deliveries would be handled to your facility?
We would accept them here at the home office and then transport them to the facility, the storage facility.
So where's the home office?
We are down here, Gilbert, roughly Higley and Chandler Heights, just south, about not even a quarter mile. And then our storage facility is at the corner of Higley and Chandler Heights. We're literally a 12-second drive from door to door.
So is there a reason why that can't be the place where everything is stored?
That is where the home or the storage?
The home office. Or is it in a home?
Yeah, mostly because we have been running this business on the wheelchair side for 5 years. So we keep a lot of equipment off site because we just don't want it in the house. That was also part of our city permitting, was that they wanted things off site. And it's a matter of just making sure that it stays secure, clean, and away from everything else involving like my personal home. It could be stored here. I mean,
so your records and everything then are going to be at your house?
Yes, we keep everything in the house except we are required to keep all of our paper records for 5 to 7 years, depending on the age of the patient. So we keep those under secure lock and key too at the storage.
So I don't know how we would inspect that.
So board members, these have been before us multiple times, and the same concerns have surfaced. In addition, with this one, my concern is to Corona, simply to sanitize. Even if you have a solution, to me, you need a sink, especially in today's environment with running water to wash hands, to wash equipment. It's a gatekeeper, in my opinion. And then the third item is there is no guarantee that at one point they decide not to expand their offering and carry different items at the storage facility. So I'm concerned with this type of business model, and I do believe that if we go down this road, there will be more and more, and it becomes very hard to manage the safety of Arizona in this type of a model.
I concur with your point, Mr. President. This is Kevin.
As do I.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Baumann, you indicated that you were applying for certification from CMS to bill Medicare and Medicaid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's a pretty rigorous process, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Okay.
And I think one other. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna, do you require the Arizona state license in order to get that certification?
Only for certain products, and they require licensing, like for diabetic supplies, medical gas, a few other things too, SBN supplies. But there's a lot of stuff that they don't require Arizona state licensing for.
Okay.
Wheelchairs, e-scooters, mobility scooters, that kind of thing.
Board members, another point of interest that is bearing here is that if this facility address is permitted and the receiving of prescription and durable medical equipment is received at the home, then he's receiving product at a non-permitted site and then shipping it to storage facility.
Yeah. And then the record keeping would be kept off site.
My understanding was that the house was going to be the permitted site and the storage facility was just storage. But I guess to Cam's point, then we really need to permit both. And to your point, Joe, we are opening up a can of worms that probably don't want to open.
Having said that, board members, if there's not any other discussion, I would make a motion to deny the DME permit for direct mobility.
Second.
We explicitly state the grounds upon which the denial is based.
It is the regulation and including facilities for DME and lack of inspection for compliance officers.
Mr. President and the rest of the board, do we really need to put a denial on this business's read at this point? I don't see that they've done anything wrong. They're trying to do things the right way. Could we table the application or allow Mr. Baumann to withdraw the application until he can come up with a resolution that satisfies board requirements?
Mr. Blair, since there has been no wrongdoing, I am in support of that as well.
Me too.
If we table, does that mean that business will continue as is, though?
I would prefer that you take some sort of action. If it's going to be denied, or allow him to withdraw, give him 7 business days to withdraw. If not, the denial will be issued. Otherwise, if it's tabled, Ms. Snare raises a good point. Business as usual could continue.
Isn't this a permit application though? They're not operational today, are they?
No.
All right, I totally see the wisdom in Ms. Galvin's point. So I would make a motion that we allow Mr. Baumann to withdraw the application within 7 days, or deny it. If not, then we deny.
Could we give him like 30 days? I think 7 days is kind of quick.
No, 7 days is not for the resolution. 7 days is just for him to withdraw. Is that my understanding, Elizabeth? Is that what you said? Or
okay, sorry.
It might be helpful to do 30 days. That might give him the opportunity to consider having an office space specifically for this. If he could maybe make that change, we could readdress it, or withdraw within that 30 days. Would that make sense, Jean and Seth?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, so I have, we'll withdraw motions, that's what I'm hearing. Then I have another motion by Mr. Blair and a second by Ms. Lochnikar.
And we would need a roll call because it could result in a denial.
Okay, thank you.
So just to recap, is allowed to withdraw within 30 days or modify his business model that complies with board's requirements, or deny if not within 30 days. Is that correct, Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Perfect. Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leyba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tom?
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baumann, for your time today. If you do have questions, you can direct them towards board staff.
Not at this point.
Okay, appreciate your time. Okay, agenda item 12 is vacant. Then we have agenda item 13. And I will do this one and then we'll take a short break for board members. Agenda item 13, resident pharmacy permit applications requiring board approval. This is Potter's House Apothecary Inc.
Mr. President, I'm recused on this one.
Okay.
Typically, this would have just been approved. There was an open complaint, so we're presenting it to you. The recommendation with that, I believe, was an advisory letter. So we did not, after we went through the process, we did not require Potter's House to appear today.
Okay, I believe I saw him in the waiting room earlier.
Are they?
Kevin is there, yes.
Mr. President, if there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion to approve it. You know, I think the only reason why it didn't appear on the consent agenda was, to Ms. Dodge's point, the fact that there was an open complaint, but I don't think that has bearing on the change in ownership request here. So I would make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. I have a motion and I have a second. Any discussion before a vote? Okay. All aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, we will take a quick break and we will come back within 10 minutes. If you can just come back to your station within 10 minutes and we'll continue with 13B. Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder, buddy.
This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped.
Okay, Gotti, just let us know when we're ready to.
I think we're good to go, Mr. President.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will do a quick roll call to establish a quorum.
Mr. Solari?
You're on mute.
Mr. Solari, you're on mute.
Okay, present.
There you go. Mr. Dang?
Here.
Mr. Minkus?
Here.
Mr. Leba?
Here.
Mr. Blair?
Here.
Ms. Walmsley?
Here.
Mr. Tong?
Here.
Ms. Lochnikar?
Here.
Ms. Nair?
Here.
All present, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. 13B, Meta Pharmacy Solutions.
This meeting is being recorded.
For 13B, Meta Pharmacy Solutions, board staff is requesting that this be tabled and addressed with the complaint that will be presented at the December meeting.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good thing to do. Moving on to 14A, non-resident pharmacy permit applications requiring board approval is Integrity Compounding.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi there. Would you please state your name for the record?
Sure. My name's Nicole Fagan. I go by Nikki, and I am the pharmacist in charge at Integrity Compounding Pharmacy.
Okay, thank you for being here today.
Mhm.
Okay, board members, we have a non-resident independent pharmacy permit application. And if you would, Ms. Fagan, could you tell us a little bit about your business model?
Sure. We're a general sterile and non-sterile compounding pharmacy. We do a little bit of your average BHRT, your hormone replacements, your thyroid, that sort of stuff. The reason that we're seeking licensure in your state is that we also provide service for patients with specific rare genetic disorders. And we were contacted by Phoenix Children's Hospital a while back about a patient that they had that we were unable to service because we were not licensed in Arizona. So we were seeking licensure in case we needed to service that hospital in the future.
Okay, thank you. If I could please have board staff give a overview of the permit application.
And I believe Carol Hess is the one that reviewed it.
Ms. Hess, could you give us a brief summary?
Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to get myself unmuted there.
No.
Okay. Okay. So when I looked at this application, I found some previous discipline, and I believe that was in the state of Louisiana. Bear with me, I'm just trying to refresh my memory on this one. And I emailed them for a copy of that. There had been a change of ownership, and what I had been trying to determine was if the current ownership on the for the Georgia facility that was applying for this permit was the ownership at the time of the discipline. I believe the answer I received was that they were part of the ownership, and I believe what happened is that they bought out the other owners. So I believe that they were part of the ownership at that time. And that's why I wasn't comfortable with moving forward and felt that we needed to get a little more information on this.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just repeat that concern one more time for me real quick, Carol.
Okay, so I believe what happened was I had found some discipline on this, and I wasn't sure if the current ownership was involved in that discipline. I had emailed the state that had that discipline on file. I was trying to determine if the current ownership was involved in that discipline. And what it looked like was they had purchased the shares of ownership from previous ownership as well. That I think there was 4 individuals, and they had bought out the other 2 individuals. So it looked to me as if they were part of that discipline. The timeframes were not 100% clear to me, and I wasn't comfortable with the answer that I received. So I felt that we needed to move forward and possibly bring them in and get a little.
Thank you, Ms. Hess. Ms. Fagan, can you comment to that, and then I'll open it up for board discussion?
Yes. So what happened was there were the 2 locations of the pharmacy and the 4 owners. Out of those 4 owners, they basically did a business split, and 2 owners went to the Tennessee location and they were completely independent, and then 2 owners went
The recording has stopped.
I'm sorry, to the Atlanta location. And so there was a complete separation of the 2 locations. At the time that discipline was issued.
Ms. Fagan?
Yes.
We're having a technical concern. You're doing great, and I want to continue to hear that. I'm sorry to
This
interrupt
meeting
you,
is being recorded.
but I need to see if the executive director says thumbs up. Are we okay now? Okay, I apologize. If you could start over so it could be public record, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. So P3 Compounding had 2 locations, one in Knoxville, Tennessee, and one in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was originally under common ownership of 4 individuals. They had decided to split those 2 locations into completely independent entities. Owners took the Knoxville store and 2 owners took the Atlanta store. The owner that took the Atlanta store is our current owner here. And all business and legal proceedings between those 2 entities were those entities were completely dissolved prior to the discipline of the location in Knoxville.
Okay.
And yes, I believe that's correct. I think what I wasn't comfortable with, and I'm looking at my timeframes here, the investigation and I apologize, it was Alabama. They started their investigation in March of 2015. That change of ownership occurred, it looks like in July of 2015. So that investigation started well before that change of ownership. The consent was effective in November of 2015. So yes, the consent was effective after the change of ownership, but that investigation started well before the change of ownership. So that's the part that I really wasn't comfortable with.
Okay, I do have the owner here with me that I can, he may be able to speak more effectively to that, as I wasn't employed here at that time. Would it be okay if I brought him in to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay, this is Charles Gaetano, and he goes by Casey. Here, you can have my seat.
Hello. Sorry, we're kind of in mass since we're in each other's space here.
That's fine.
So I go by Casey. My legal name is Charles Gaetano. And so I could kind of overhear a little bit about what Ms. Hess was saying. And so I guess specifically, what question can I answer about timelines?
Well, it appears that this investigation started in March of 2015. There was a change of ownership in July of 2015, and there was discipline in November of 2015. So what we're trying to determine is if you were part of that discipline, and what exactly that discipline was about and who all was.
Sure. So I can speak to, so I know part of the story, and it's a little bit difficult because it wasn't the most hostile breakup in the world, but it wasn't like the friendliest thing either. So I had already stopped working in the Knoxville location probably in December of 2014. I hadn't been there in months. And so I guess when this investigation started, we were already in the process of splitting everything apart. And I was not, I don't think, told exactly every single thing as it was happening, since I no longer worked there and we were in the process of splitting the pharmacies apart. That being said, I can speak to what the discipline was about because I do know about that. The discipline had to do with basically P3 in Knoxville did specialty pharmacy, did a bit of specialty pharmacy medications, particularly in the bleeding disorders community, most specifically with hemophilia and von Willebrand's disease. There was a nursing office basically in Alabama to where the nurses would go out and help pediatric hemophilia patients with their factor infusions. And the Board of Pharmacy in Alabama, I believe, found it to be misleading because there was a website, and I'm sorry, this is like 6 or 7 years ago now, but there was basically a website that seemed to imply that drugs were being shipped from Alabama to Alabama when they were being shipped from
The recording
Tennessee.
has stopped.
Are
This meeting is being recorded.
we okay to go, Kim? I'm sorry, Casey, go ahead.
So basically, the Board of Pharmacy in Alabama, from what I understand, wanted P3 in Knoxville to clarify that the shipments of medications were coming from Tennessee and not from Alabama to these particular patients. That was all, I guess, kind of ongoing. And I guess, from what I understand, because again, the consent all happened like after I wasn't involved anymore. But from what I understand, Alabama was not satisfied that P3 had taken the information off the website in the way that they wanted them to do it.
Okay, thank you. Real quick question, is Integrity Compounding Pharmacy, is the permit in the states that it's licensed in good standing?
It is, and that's Georgia.
Okay, Georgia, okay. In Georgia, is there any current investigation or discipline, the Georgia Board of Pharmacy?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Mr. Gaetano, are you, is Integrity PCAB certified, or have you had a VPP inspection?
We are PCAB for both sterile and non-sterile compounding, and we also have a distinction in hazardous drug handling through PCAB.
Fantastic.
But we have not done VPP.
Okay. Okay, very good. And what other states are you licensed in right now?
We're licensed in about 30 states. I can run through them as best I can off the top of my head if you'd like me to.
That's okay.
But it's about 30.
Okay.
So here's actually, Nikki, this is our map.
Okay.
Okay.
When was your last inspection? Who did it, and what was the results?
We were inspected in July.
It was June or July.
June or July, so within the last 2 months by Georgia Board of Pharmacy. Be happy to send that over because I believe our original application probably had our December 2018 inspection. Happy to send that over. There were no significant findings.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, if there is no other questions, I would make a motion to approve the application.
I second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Agenda item 14B, Pencoal Competency.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
We reached out to Pencoal yesterday, spoke to Tony, and he was supposed to have supplied me last night with a 483, the response to the 483 and a recent Colorado inspection, and I have not received it up to this point.
Okay.
Mr. President, I think there's somebody named Erin Stromley Wall that is trying to comment. She's muted.
There we go.
Trying to get her.
Let's get Erin unmuted and then.
Okay. Hello.
Hi. Hi
I'm
there.
Erin
If you'd,
Stromley Wall. I was waving frantically.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Gandhi, I did send those documents to you yesterday. I checked my email this morning to make sure that they were sent. I am very
Ms.
disappointed. Yes.
It's okay. Stuff happens. While we got you here, I think it'd be a good idea to be able to just have a discussion with you on it. What we wanted to see was that there was responses to the 483 on that and corrective action that you've done. Can you speak to that?
I sure can. Would you like me to go through the observations one by one?
You don't have to go through every single one of them. I will believe you if you said you sent those by email. Maybe it's still coming. Maybe it is hit a junk box. But speak to the overall your response when it was in relation, and if you've had a last inspection by a Board of Pharmacy, and how did that go?
Our last inspection by the Board of Pharmacy was last October, and we did have some deficiencies, but none of them were anything that they needed to, we had to correct a few things. As far as the 483, they noted we had some dent in our clean room wall, and we did repair that. Along with, they did not like the sprinklers, the fire suppression sprinklers that we had. So we replaced those. They said they weren't getting cleaned, although they were every month when we do a terminal cleaning. They indicated there was some rust, we called it tarnish, on the pass-through handles. I would be happy to send photos of the clean room areas that they were referring to, and to show that the repairs have all been made. And furthermore, our corrective action on that is that the staff is now required to, the clean room staff is now required to report to us immediately if there are maintenance issues in the clean areas, and there is a sign off on the monthly cleaning log that says that they have done a full inspection of the clean areas to make sure there aren't any maintenance issues. One of their concerns was our monitoring. As I'm sure you know, that the FDA holds manufacturers to a much higher standard than the boards of pharmacy hold 503As.
The recording has stopped.
Will you pause 1 second and we'll get the recording? We're having some technical difficulties. Sorry about that.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we follow 797 for our semi-annual particle testing of non-viables and viables. We also do viable testing every day. Right now, we are unable to get our air impaction device plates. They're coming from Germany and they're being held up, but we do just settling plates every day, and we grow those. We have SOPs in place for exposure times for those, and also incubation times. Our electronic monitoring equipment we have upgraded, and that is downloaded weekly so that we can just see if anything went out of spec when we were gone. Same goes for our refrigerator temperatures, of course. We have the continuous monitoring devices, and those are checked weekly now. One issue that they had was that some of our equipment calibrations weren't done. One was the filter integrity testing, the millibore filter integrity. We now have a third party come in and do those calibrations annually. They were concerned that we were not using all sterile cleaning agents in the hood areas, and that's not required Board of Pharmacy, but because they wanted it, we did change to all sterile, pre-sterilized cleaning agents.
You mentioned in your Board of Pharmacy that there was deficiencies. Were they violations?
They just wrote those up as deficiencies. So
okay,
we had our list of employees wasn't updated to include the date they started, the date of hire. Our sterile and non-sterile SOPs, the owner had signed off with just a month and a year, and we of course corrected that immediately to include the month, the day, and the year as they requested. Our engineering controls were a little late because we were having some maintenance being done. So those were done. They had been scheduled for within 30 days. They'd already been scheduled, but we had to get the maintenance done. They also, when they moved the hoods, they banged the wall again, and we had another little paint chip that we had to clear up, and we did right away. They wanted us to have a particular policy and procedure in place, and just outlining our sterile packaging procedures. So I did that. All of these things were done within 2 weeks of our report. They did find a few items where the BUD on a couple of non-sterile items exceeded the expiration date of one of the earlier expiring products. We did have a meeting about that right away, and we also had to contact our software provider because that shouldn't have been happening in the system, and they did correct that. But we also have a retrospective check on every single formula worksheet that we do to make sure that we don't have any errors on that. The staff was missing, they had missed a couple of controlled substance prescriptions that didn't have the patient's address. We had a staff meeting that day to make sure that everyone was on board with that. They also found some faxed controlled prescriptions that that had not been verbally verified with the provider. They weren't on eScribe, so we needed to make notification that they were verbally confirmed with the office. Again, that meeting was also done that same afternoon after the board members left. And casual sales, the staff, they noted that they found some casual sales that might have been made to entities who were not licensed to prescribe them. And we now have a list posted in the pharmacy that says who can order casual sales or office use items. And there are no sterile casual sales. Even though the state of Colorado currently allows that, we do not do that. We only provide non-sterile for the offices that are like derms offices that are requiring the numbing creams and that sort of thing. That is the full.
The recording has stopped.
Hang on 1 second.
Mr. President, Rob and Lynn are monitoring this activity, and they can't figure out what is happening. They've actually cleared the cloud server of any prior recording, so we wouldn't have an issue. But as soon as they see this happening, they are working on it.
It's all right. It gives me a chance to breathe.
We also have, obviously, our minute taker taking the minutes, so I think we're covered as far as what's
We can continue.
We can continue because I think the minutes will cover us. And looks like
This meeting is being recorded.
We're back online, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay. Any wrapping up comments, Ms. Tromley?
I was hired at Penn-Cole about a year ago. It was a year ago in August, and I was hired in the position of handling regulatory and compliance issues. So I have been diligently going around the pharmacy trying to correct anything I see. We've definitely beefed up our quality program. I'm doing audits all the time. I'm a real pain in their back ends right now. But we are definitely cleaning making sure our paperwork and everything is in order.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Board members, do you have questions?
Mr. President, Ms. Kevin.
Yes.
Ms. Stromley, according to the narrative, your pharmacy received an FDA warning letter way back in August 2017. So has there been an 503B operation at your site?
No, we contend that we are 503A. And we were re-inspected by the FDA in February of 2019. So the reports, it was February of 2019. So the observations and responses that I was covering was from that more recent inspection. It seemed like that would be more pertinent. I can go over the 2016 if you'd like as well.
Dr. Dang, just so you know, Colorado does allow office use dispensing. And if a when the FDA inspects a facility that's doing non-patient specific, they will automatically inspect a CGMP and classify a 503 as a 3B. They feel qualifies on the 503A.
Thank you for that, Mr. Blair.
Thank you for the edification.
Yeah. Quick question that I had for you, Ms. Stromley. Hold on a sec. The on your blueprint, I see you have one ante room that leads into two separate clean rooms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, is one clean room for hazardous and one for non-hazardous? In other words, are USP 800 compliant?
Yes, we have a clean room that is negative pressure and one that is positive pressure.
Okay, very good. And I'm just since you just started a year ago, I'm going to assume you're not PCAB accredited?
We have been PCAB accredited. Unfortunately, our inspection came up during COVID, so we are waiting to get re-inspected now. We're due.
Okay.
So that we'll be doing that as soon as they can get into us.
Okay. And what other states are you licensed in?
We are also licensed in Wyoming, New Mexico, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, and I believe Pennsylvania. I think that's all of them.
Okay, interesting. So, okay, so none of those states require a VPP inspection, correct?
No, none of them have so far.
So you have not had a VPP inspection?
No, we have not.
Okay, and I don't believe Colorado's not a blueprint state, is it, Kim? I don't believe it is.
I don't have the list available.
Okay. Okay, and do you have potential business in Arizona now? Do you what are you how are you planning on acquiring Arizona customers, or what's?
The pharmacy I previously worked at provided sterile products for large animal vets, equine veterinarians. We are hoping that business had been captured by this pharmacy when that previous owner hired. He bought that and took all the employees.
Was that Monument?
No, that was Pharmacy Resources.
Okay.
And we hope to capture that business as well as more small animal veterinary business, which would be primarily non-sterile. I don't know how much human drug we would do down there, but right now we're primarily focusing on veterinary.
Okay.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Board staff, any other outstanding concerns? Did you receive the email, Dr. Gandhi?
I did not, and I did send Tony just an email right now. I also sent my contact information.
If you would like to wait, I can forward those to you immediately, or
That'd be
if you-
great. That'd be
Okay,
great.
pardon me. I'll get that taken care of.
Ms. Stromley, I think we can go ahead and do this. Board members, what I propose is that upon receipt of the proof of response to the 483 and the 43 warning letter, that if board staff feel that the responses are in order, as Aaron just explained to us, this permit application.
Second, if that's your motion.
Any other discussion? If it is not, I will make that my motion.
Mr. Leba, this is Jean Galvin. Just to be clear, I want to ensure that we have proper instructions to the staff. You want to
You bet.
ensure that the responses were filed and that they address the observations or deficiencies noted.
Yes. And I feel comfortable with that, Ms. Galvin, because she did go over that with us. And although we don't have the responses in the reading, we do have the observations.
We could go ahead with that motion. I would just ask that if those are received momentarily and staff reviews them or during the next few hours, if there's an issue, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
to the board.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second by, I believe it was Ms. Walmsley. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Ms. Romley, thank you for your time today.
Okay, so I will send those over. Should I wait then and continue to view to see what, or are you going to take that?
I'll leave that to the executive director's discretion.
You can send it, Aaron, and then leave your contact number, and if we need to talk to you, I can give you a call.
Okay, I'll take care of that right away. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, 14C, preferred prescriptions pharmacy. Just wait for board staff to give direction and then we'll move from there.
Mr. President, we've had applications for permits historically that are owned by medical practitioners. We would have them appear before the board to have a discussion on their involvement and if there's any monies that are directed to them based on their business and prescriptions and so forth.
Yes, so are they going to be appearing before us to discuss that?
We did notice them of being here, yes.
Yeah, I don't see them in here. I was just looking through, but they
Why
were
don't we-
invited.
Okay, why don't we move on and come back to that? If we do not hear from them before day's out, then we can table for the next meeting. But I do think it might be worth hearing before a motion is made based off the assumption, and then we can come back to it. Tab 15 is vacant. Tab 16 is vacant. Tab 17 is vacant. Tab 18, non-resident manufacturer permit application. 18A, Exalead.
I did add some information to the board book that might help clarify a few things for some people. The board's staff's concern was that there may have been a change of ownership that occurred when a facility maybe wasn't permitted with us. We don't know if they continue to ship into Arizona or not. The old permit expired on 10/31 of 18. In April, this entity applied for a change of ownership from that permit. So it's a closed permit. We can't do a change of ownership based off of that permit, but we're confused what happened between when it expired in 2018 and today, and have they continued to ship into Arizona? And I believe it was Carol Hess that was involved with that application. She's reached out to them a few times and she did not receive a response from them.
Correct.
Okay. So, board members, would you like to discuss? Would you like to return or table?
I would make a motion to table, and again, try and get somebody on the phone there.
Why don't we try giving them a little more time and then coming back? If they don't, then we'll make the motion to table. Does that work?
Works
Okay.
for us, yes.
Okay. Because if we table it, then they'll have to pick it up in December. Okay, 18B, Dental Technologies.
We're here. Paula Erickson from Dental Technologies.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also have John Ponticus here.
Okay, good
He's
morning.
our manager of quality control.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about your business and your request here today.
Okay, we manufacture over-the-counter products such as toothpaste, and we have a customer in Arizona. The state of Illinois does not have an over-the-counter manufacturing licensure requirement. So our customer made us aware that Arizona does. So they asked us to apply, which we did, and that's what we're asking for today.
Okay. I think board members, the 483 responses have been submitted. One interesting point, as already discussed, is that the home state does not have a permit. So the concern for residents of Arizona is inspections that are based out of the Board of Pharmacy, but the inspections that they may have by different agencies would be there. And I'll open it up for discussion.
Mr. President, this is Lori Walmsley. I understand the concern for not having the inspection, although I don't know that I think that there's anything here that would prohibit us from approving this permit or anything that really we have any basis for denial at this point in time. So I'd make a motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Walmsley and a second by Mr. Dang. Any other discussion before a vote?
I just have one question. Mr. Ponticus, are you related to Rachel Ponticus at all?
No, not that I am aware of.
Okay, you know who she is?
No, I do not.
Okay, she's a pharmacy attorney that's based in Chicago. So I just thought with the proximity and so on, and it's not the most common last name. So anyway, that's all I got.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are jumping down to tab 22. The other are vacant. License applications requiring board review. 22A, Tania Danielle Andersch.
I think she's on the. I can give a brief overview while she's getting unmuted.
Okay.
The board considered Ms. Anders' application at the July 2020 meeting. At that meeting, the board decided to issue an order. Ms. Anders complied with the order and her application is being returned to the board for consideration.
Thank you. Board members, after you've reviewed the interim order, do you have any questions?
Keep in mind that we are available for executive session if necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. President, this is Lori Walmsley. Based on the fact that Ms. Anders complied with the board's order and based on the results of the evaluation, I see no reason not to move forward with approval of this application.
Second.
Okay.
I don't know, Ms. Walmsley, you cut out. I wasn't quite sure of your motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Sorry.
Any other discussion before a vote?
For the record, I did reach out to the Oregon Board of Pharmacy for confirmation on that revocation, and I have not heard back. If I hear something back that is different than what she has conveyed to the board, I would then open a complaint, I would assume, and present it to you guys.
Should we wait?
Please no.
We have no reason to believe that it would be any different. I just wanted you to know that I did reach out to them again, and I did a public record request for the documentation.
Okay.
Ms. Anders, did I hear you? Would you like to make a statement?
Oh, I was just I had sent over the public record that was from the Board of Pharmacy website in Oregon, and I thought that had pretty much all the information. I just I didn't know if there's anything else I could do to help.
Ms. Dodge, I would be willing to amend my motion to include that, that if there's something concerning that the board later receives, that a complaint would be opened and investigated as a result of it. But based on what we have here today, I don't see a reason to hold up her application process since we don't.
I agree. And basically you're just stating what would be standard procedure anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, having said that, I have a motion. I have a second by Mr. Blair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Tab 23, licensings require board review. 23A, Alicia Potter, pharmacy technician trainee applicant.
And I had to add some information last minute. So if I could give a brief overview of the case. It was a lot of pages that I had to send last minute, and it was probably too much to go over between last night and this morning. So Ms. Potter failed to disclose 2019 charges that involved morphine and marijuana. The reason that she is being presented is because she failed to disclose the DUI and staff's concern about the prescription medication or illicit medication that was found in her system with the DUI. Initially, Ms. Potter told staff that the DUI involved Xanax, specifically on page 3715 of the board book. On May 1st, she says that that was the only drug that was in her system and marijuana. And that was because it was consumed in the last 30 days. The police report that board staff has obtained says she tested positive for morphine and marijuana. On May 4th, Ms. Potter changed her story and said the morphine was because of Dilaudid that she had consumed. On May 5th, Ms. Potter changed her story for a third time and said she did have a morphine prescription, but was unable to prove or show that she had a prescription. On June 30th, Potter's story changed back to sticking with the story that she consumed marijuana and Dilaudid. And that is on page 3716 of the board book. In Ms. Potter's original story, page 3714, she states that at the time of her arrest, she had just opened a cell phone store that she was managing. She had just got off work and she stopped to get gas when a police officer came into the store and asked her questions, which subsequently resulted in her arrest for the DUI. Page 3718 shows the drug test results. Page 725 shows a different story of events from the police report that occurred and why she was arrested. Page 3732, it shows the history of that Ms. Potter also was not truthful to the police under oath, and because she said she had attested under oath that she was not driving the car prior to her arrest. Page 3758 explains why her prescription for Dilaudid would not break down to the metabolite morphine. Page 3762 also shows the metabolites. Dilaudid, or hydromorphone, is broke down to hydromorphol. Ultimately, board staff is concerned about Ms. Potter's truthfulness, and it appears she has not been truthful with us or the law enforcement. Board staff is concerned because she stated herself that she had just gotten off work and then she was arrested and tested positive for an illicit drug.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Potter, I see that you're on. If you'd like to state your name for the record, and if you would like, make a statement.
Hi, my name is Alicia Elaine Potter. So with the the reason why my story it wasn't that my story was changing or anything. It's because I didn't understand at first when I first got the request to show what prescriptions I had and stuff. I had a prescription for Xanax before, and I had for my anxiety, and then I also
Ms.
had
Potter, if you don't feel comfortable talking about personal information, I want to let you know that there is a different option that we can do for you.
what is the option?
It would be to go into executive session to discuss in a private room with the board members your personal health information.
Okay, I would like to do that actually.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for executive session for the purposes of confidential medical information.
And I will second that. Okay, I have a second by Mr. Blair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Ms. Potter, just follow the directions on the screen because you'll be invited into a separate room that will be private with just us.
Okay, and that'll be right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We're back from executive session. I'll open it up to board member discussion.
Mr. President, I would make a motion that we issue an interim consent for a substance abuse evaluation. And I would even entertain a fitness for work evaluation. The substance abuse to be completed in 48 hours. I think that's the usual time frame, or do we give more time than that?
So, Mr. Blair, just to confirm, you're asking for a drug test, but are you also asking for a substance use evaluation?
Well,
They're two different things, Mr. Blair.
okay. I would do the just the drug test.
Hair and urine, right?
Yes.
I was along the same exact lines of thinking and within the 48-hour time period as well.
I'd like to
What-
see an evaluation.
So do I.
I agree with Ms. Snare as well. There were
Okay.
several things that really concerned me. One was that she was in the store and she had no idea what she was doing with the candy and this and that. Then during her hearing, she was disrespectful to civil authorities and she couldn't find her way out of the building. And so I agree with Ms. Snare. It's better if she had not only the drug test, but also the evaluation to make sure that she's not going to go back to that lifestyle.
What if she tested positive and we offered her a consent to join one of our, I don't want to call it the pop-up program.
A
So
monitoring program.
yes.
I think we cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, then you
Expect-
just have to bring her back in. So if she's positive, we could just offer her that consent.
But it's a different story in my opinion because of what we just heard.
I think the fact that she wasn't truthful through the entire process would be concerning to me if the
I hear what you're
evaluation
saying.
didn't line up.
I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
agree.
that the drug test that would just give us a snapshot. I'm concerned about holistically if there's an issue.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
That makes sense. I don't know if I made that as a motion, but I'm willing to. If I did, I would amend my motion.
So as I understand it, the motion would be to issue her an interim order. This does not have to be a consent, but issue her an interim order that within 48 hours of receiving the order to undergo a substance use testing to include a urine and hair samples, and then to undergo a substance use evaluation within the typical specified time period.
I think they're looking more for a psychiatric evaluation to see if she, because of her psychiatric issues, if she's.
Do we want a fitness to work or?
I would like to see the standard substance use evaluation just to make sure she doesn't have a propensity to go back to that lifestyle. Psychiatric wise, there's stuff that isn't as big a concern to me as her substance use problems.
I would feel comfortable with the test and the evaluation.
I'm confused a little because I thought the reason we weren't, if she tested positive, we weren't offering her a consent for monitoring is because we were worried about her fitness to work, which is different than substance.
Well, I know everything's tied together, but I think a substance use evaluation is appropriate.
Well, that's not going to look at her fitness. It's only going to look at if she's got substance use issues.
If I may, Ms. Galvin, does fitness to work also take into account a substance use disorder?
You could ask the professional who conducts the substance use evaluation to opine on the fitness for duty as well. And I have seen evaluations for substance use. If they believe more psychological or psychiatric testing is necessary, they will make that recommendation. But you can ask the substance use evaluator to opine on the fitness for duty.
And I've seen some of our providers do that. Not only do they say the person is yes or no on the substance use disorder, but also they do clear people for returning to work.
I think it should be included.
I agree. Okay.
Mr. Blair, if I can recap.
Go ahead.
So an interim order or an order for a hair, urine screening, as well as a fitness to work, which incorporates a substance use evaluation component.
And the drug test within the 48 hours.
Drug test is the hair and urine within 48 hours, yes. And then the fitness to work and substance use component within the standard time that we have drafted.
Do we need to address if she isn't willing to do it, since there is a cost to this?
That was my question. So if she doesn't do it, then it is an application for you to.
Then we would deny.
Okay, Mr. Blair, so moved. Do I have a second?
I'm happy to make the second, sir.
And I have a second, and we will do a roll call.
Okay, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus. Mr. Minkus, you're on mute, sir. Is that an aye?
Aye.
There you go. Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair. Ms. Nair?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Potter, thank you for your time today. Board staff will be in contact with you.
And this is Pam Galvin, the board's attorney, Ms. Potter. Elizabeth, do you have contact information, including email information?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Potter, you should check your email because this interim order will come to you in the next day or so via email.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
President, if I can guide you here.
Sure.
I did receive an email from Penco. It seems like they sent an email to .com yesterday rather than .gov.
I see.
So they did correct that. And I did receive it, so I'll review that. Exalead is also on, so we can
Okay.
go to 18A. if
Thank
that's
you.
Okay.
Absolutely. 18A. Exalead Inc.
There might be two of them that are in the meeting.
There are, yes.
Yeah. And this is Carol. If I could add something with Exalead, while you all were in executive session, I did a search of my emails. I did find one where they were referring to themselves as Sigma Tau still. And I apologize that I didn't make the connection at the time. That was apparently sent to me after this was forwarded to CAM already. They did say that they do not have any companies that they're currently contracted with in Arizona. They were looking at the status of their permit, and I had replied and let them know that it was forwarded to CAM at that point.
So, Ms. Hess, are you saying that the timeline is not of
Yeah, I'm
interest here?
not sure. The timeline's not making sense to me. They said business was started in 2009. We have the original application for Sigma Tau as 2014. That expired in 2018, and now they have applied for a change of ownership to change to Exalead just this past, I believe it was in July or June. So that timeline doesn't seem to make sense for a change of ownership.
Excuse me, this is John Rigg. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you state your name one more time for the record? You cut out on my end.
Yeah, sorry. John Rigg, R-I-G-G. I'm the CEO of Exalead.
Okay,
And
welcome.
this is, sorry, I was just going to confirm this is 18A.
Yes.
18A.
Everybody.
The first thing to clarify is there's been no change of ownership through the time period what you're talking about. There has been a name change. The name change was from Sigma Tau PharmaSource to Exalead, which is the same ownership.
Then why did you apply for a change of ownership?
We did not. We're working through a service provider, and if they have, that is a mistake on our behalf, but we did not apply for a change of ownership.
In the application, and it specifically was a change of ownership application from the former owner is what I believe Jennifer Schneider from your licensing agency did. And that was, and all of this was inputted by Jennifer, that it was from the Sigma Tau Pharmaceuticals as the original owner, which expired on 10/31 of 2018.
Yeah, I'm confused why she would apply a change of ownership because it's not been a change of ownership. And if I can clarify that, previously we were called Sigma Tau PharmaSource. There was an entity called Sigma Tau Pharmaceuticals Inc. And then there was an entity called Sigma Tau Pharmaceuticals UK Limited, all owned by Acetafin. And Acetafin is a holding company for a family, Italian family called the Cavazzas. And that is not, so that has not changed. The ownership is with the Cavazzas through an Italian holding company based in Rome called Acetafin.
Mr. President, if I may. Mr. Rigg, do you have the original Sigma Tau permit and the new name permit from your home state?
So we're a resident of Indianapolis.
Right.
We do not need a permit in Indianapolis, in Indiana. And then to clarify, we are a manufacturer, we're a contract manufacturer. And what we do is obviously manufacture on behalf of our clients. Our Incoterms are ex-works. So what that means for us is that the client takes ownership of the product when it leaves the factory, and they would direct that to their 3PL.
So I think one thing that's confusing to me is that on your application for this current one, Exelead, the owner is listed as, I'm not going to say this right, but as Acetafin, SPA.
Yes, correct.
And then on the application that was submitted for Sigma Tau a long time ago, let's see, I guess not too long, 2014, lists the owner as Sigma Tau PharmaSource Inc.
Who's owned by Acetafin.
And then the date of starting business for the Exelead application, I believe, was listed as 2009. Yes, they indicate the date your business has opened or will open was 11/2/2009 on the most current application.
So it doesn't sound like the information that was provided to us on your application was correct.
I can't comment on that. All I can tell you, there's been no change of ownership.
So board staff, what is the option? There's no change of ownership.
Oh,
Is
I
it
don't-
registering a name change? What are we?
It's to renew the old permit.
This is on the letter from the Indiana Board of Pharmacy or the Department of Labor that they're not required to have a wholesale distributor license, but are you required to have a manufacturer's license? You're a contract manufacturer.
Correct, and we're highly regulated by FDA, EMA, etc., but not by the state of Indiana.
So the state of Indiana does not require a manufacturer like you, like Eli Lilly does not have a manufacturer's license in the state of Indiana. I mean, I don't, that doesn't make sense.
And to comment on what, so that would be something we could clarify with Indiana. And from what Joe asked earlier, the next thing, they would need to renew the old permit that expired in 2018 if there was no change of ownership.
I apologize. I missed about three minutes there. My connection froze. I missed the comment from the gentleman who was saying that we do need some manufacturer's license. We don't. We're authorized through FDA. And I missed the lady's question, Elizabeth's question.
So, Mr. Riggs, we're just having a board discussion right now. We'll recap you in a little bit, but I think right now, since you've indicated there is no change of ownership, next course of action would be for you to reinstate your original license, which had expired in 2018. So we have to go back and try to figure out how to reinstate that for you. Since, again, this application before us is a change of ownership, but you indicated it's not a change of ownership. So I think, Mr. President, the next course of action would be if you're willing to allow them to withdraw this application, and then have a discussion with board staff about how to reinstate the original. And we will check with the Indiana board to see if manufacturer permit is required in that state or not.
I think that's the right thing to do. Board members, your opinion?
I agree.
Totally.
Okay. Seems like there's some details that need to be worked out. So I would make a motion to allow Exley to withdraw the change of ownership application, work with board staff to look at reopening the expired permit and go from there.
Second.
Okay, I have a
Second that
motion.
sir.
I have a motion, then I thank you for that. I already had a motion by Ms. Snare. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time today.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 25, action on previous 25A 20-0235, Jesse Nevada Lucas. Dr. Ghani, if I could ask you to give a recap of where we're at with this and if there's been any updates.
It looks like Mr. Lucas had agreed to an agreement, but is not complying with the agreement. And I keep mixing up this Jesse with another Jesse, so I'm hoping I'm not misspeaking.
No, that's correct. He recently signed, or she recently signed, a consent agreement and for probation, rehab, and monitoring. And I think that was in July, and has not complied.
Okay, board members, when Mr. Blair, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had one question. I mean, is it possible, because he's not responding, is it possible that he's checked into like an inpatient program where he's not getting our correspondences? Is there any way that we can check with our two providers to see if he's complied?
So typically we would hear from the two providers if that were the case.
Okay. Okay.
I'll
Good
make a
question.
motion.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll just make a motion to proceed to a hearing.
Okay,
Exactly what I was going to say. Second.
so I have a motion by Ms. Snare and I have a second by Ms. Walmsley. Any other discussion before a vote?
The motion to hearing is for revocation?
If for hearing, and then we'll decide at the hearing to revoke or if there'll be another action.
Okay.
But typically, to answer your questions, if they're not, that's the route we go down because we've not heard from them on a consent. Okay, we will do a roll call.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Dang,
Sorry, I was on mute. Aye.
okay, Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lagnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay. That takes us to tab 26, conferences. I'd like to consult with, have direction from board staff on where to go on the agenda. I know some of it is timed and that's why I say that.
Those are scheduled for 1 o'clock, Mr. President, so we can't start before then,
Okay.
unless they're present. So,
And we specifically in our notification say after 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And so I don't think that they don't see anybody that is, so I would assume that's safe.
Recommendations, board staff on where to navigate next.
I think I have an extensive report that I can probably knock out of the way, and
Okay.
if that's all right with you.
Yes, let's do that. And then we will break for lunch after that. So no pressure.
Perfect. So I have several. This is probably my longest report ever. But so number one is I have requested a couple of rule writing. I requested the governor's office to create asking their permission to move forward with two topics. One is for immunization for technician discussion. And what I've learned about that is there's a bigger picture regarding the COVID vaccination hopefully coming out soon that the governor wants to do a more global approach on giving folks that are in the healthcare world the authority to immunize. So I think they're working on something like that. But I had submitted a request a little over a month ago. I believe I shared the letter with Vice Chair and Chair, as well as Ms. Snair, as she hosted the technician discussion back then. The second part of the request is anytime you want to change rules to add somebody to do something or add something to it, you have to lessen the burden on industry as well. So the second request was to come in line with statute, because some of our rules today are not in line with statute, as well as eliminate some barriers. One being during the COVID era, we lightened the burden on wholesalers to distribute short-dated product with some notations behind it. So that would be one of them, as we could incorporate that as a alleviation on the industry. So those two rules exemptions are still pending with the governor's office. I have been in discussion with them almost on a weekly basis about other matters and constantly remind them of this request, and I have not heard back. So I will keep you posted. Legislative discussion, I did send.
Let's pause right there for a second. Board members, that was a pretty hot topic with the board. Are there any questions for Dr. Gandhi before we move on?
I have a question. So the fact that the immunization might be rolled into one other overarching healthcare, what happens with the technician scope of practice that's attached to that?
That's what our request was, and you've kind of saw my request. I mean, to write around that is fairly simple, with the exemptions that I outlined in the letter to the governor's office. Obviously, we're looking at it from a longer perspective, not just the COVID era, but going beyond COVID. And that's what I explained to the governor's office as to this is not a short-term situation. This is an ongoing situation that we're looking forward to. And training is one of the barriers. Obviously, we need to get them trained before this vaccine comes out, and that's going to be the challenge for us all. So the longer delay would be harder for us to implement. And again, that all was conveyed to them, but I don't know what the master plan is at this point.
I would just, I'm very much in favor of this, that technicians get the right to do this. So however we can speed this along with that's what the governor wants done anyway, I think would be a real plus for all of us.
Kim, is there anything else we could or should be doing? So we obviously put in a request for GERC. Should we request something as part of like an executive order? I mean, I hear what you're saying, that it's on kind of the governor's radar, but I do think that there's a real value in having some standardized approaches to training and some of those kinds of things, and would like to see this move forward, because I do think it's something that will help to support the pharmacy community, and more importantly, the patients in Arizona during the push for vaccines here.
I think our request is already in, and I keep highlighting it on a weekly discussion with them. But obviously, if there's other folks that are affiliated AZPA, for instance, if they chime in, and I'm sure they already have, but the more people that chime in, I think the faster we'll get an answer. I think we've done all we can, and constant reminders from our agency saying, hey, what's going on, and not really getting a definitive answer other than there's a master plan to this all.
Any other questions, board members? To echo what was stated, I would agree that we enlist the help of the association to move forward. I think sitting and waiting too long is a detriment to the citizens of Arizona. And if something comes up where it's all hands on deck and we all can help, I'd like to be prepared with training rather than rushing in with that training. And that's my opinion, but I'm echoing your thought process, Dr. Gandhi. Okay, thank you. Next item.
Sure. Per your request, I did put in the board book 4 legislative bills that were discussed last year. And hopefully we can introduce them again this year. So it's just in there for review. And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
I had a question.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Solari.
Please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment that they think there's a typo on page 4770. It reads when it should read complaint.
I'll take a look at that, Mr.
Okay.
May I speak, Mr. President?
Absolutely.
Mine was on Senate Bill 1372. My concern is on page 4760. And that is, I'm just trying to get 4760 on the, there we go. And it's item J, line 39. So these are lists, we had asked the executive director to find some ways to do some non-disciplinary civil penalties, which is what this section refers to. The one that I wanted to see if it's possible to take out is item J, line 39. If a licensee fails to report a theft or loss of controlled substances within 10 days after discovery, I think this should be a disciplinary issue, not a non-disciplinary issue, and I'd like the item J taken out. This could reflect somebody stealing, and the sooner this is reported and we find the person or and do something about the person who's stealing, the better. And so I would like this to be a civil penalty or a disciplinary civil penalty.
Okay, board staff. Any direction or response to that? And Mo, help me real quick again. Where are you? Give us a page number if you would, so everybody's on the
same. Page is 4760.
Thank you.
4760.
Okay.
And near the bottom, line 39, item J. So right now, as the bill reads, if you fail to report a theft or loss of a controlled substance, you could get a non-disciplinary civil penalty. And I disagree with that. I think that's unsafe. We should leave it as is, where if you don't report it, somebody stealing narcotics, we need to know right away so that we can do something about their license so they can't go get another job and keep doing this. I'd like this to remain a disciplinary penalty. So if it's possible to take item J out, that's what I'm proposing.
Is it written that way because of the term licensee?
Am I the only one whose page number isn't matching up? I'm not seeing what he's seeing on page 4.
I'm not seeing what he's seeing either.
Oh, well, try it this way, page 25 of that bill. Rather than going by our book page number, page 25 of that bill.
I'm seeing it, what you described.
I see it.
It's here.
I'm wondering if it's the term licensee.
He's on Bill 1372, if that helps.
Yes.
So help me out here, board staff and council. If you say licensee, there could be a reason that a difference between, well, I guess a permit is licensed as well. So I'm thinking a permit definitely would report and the licensee may be at the direction of the permit, but they're both licensed, Mo, to your point.
Yeah.
I think that process, Mr. President, is we try to take a picture of what the board has done historically, as long as they have reported at some point, not within the 10 days. The board has given direction that, hey, you should report, and haven't taken a more aggressive action towards these folks. And so we thought if we slap them on the hand like the other other situations there, then they would get the message going forward, and they would report it going forward.
Board members?
Well, we don't have anything for if they don't report a licensee, correct? I mean, do we have anything in place for that?
If they don't report, period.
So if you have a licensee working in your store and you don't report, because I've seen it before where it takes 9 months or a year before we see it.
Mhm.
I've never had anybody come, we've had a fine or anything for not reporting a licensee, but maybe I'm wrong.
It would fall under professional conduct, I think, wouldn't it?
It would be, but historically, I don't think that our board has taken a stance on that, an aggressive stance on that, as long as that person was reported.
Is that kind of why that's written that way? That's what I was assuming.
That was a thought process, Kara.
Kim, there are no changes to the language in these versus how they were presented last year, right? These haven't been actually officially drafted or numbered for next session, right?
They have not been for next session. There are still going to be some modifications, as we had some stakeholder meetings towards the end of before everything was shut down. So there's still going to be some modifications based on what the stakeholders wanted, and but not dramatic changes.
And Mr. Solari, it says may, it doesn't mean that they shall. So you could issue discipline depending on the situation.
I understand. It makes me a little uncomfortable. It allows wiggle room.
I understand.
Yeah. Typically, if they report it, the executive director gets right on it, issues an interim order so that whoever is suspected of theft, their license is temporarily suspended. If they don't report it, we don't do anything. We don't know about it. We don't do anything. So I'd like to leave things as is, where they have to report it. If they don't report it, it's discipline. Whereas if it changes, it becomes non-disciplinary, kind of waters it down. Now they may or may not report it. Who knows? It made me uncomfortable.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. Legal counsel, it is saying may be non-disciplinary. It doesn't mean that it cannot be disciplinary. Am I correct? If you look at the previous page on D, line 43, civil penalties or delegates to the executive director the authority to issue non-disciplinary may issue on line 43. So it doesn't mean that it has to be that. It could be under the circumstance that it is disciplinary.
My other concern is page 25 of the bill, line 5 and 6. It says the following acts or omissions that is not an imminent threat to the public health and safety is subject to a non-disciplinary civil penalty. And so you're saying that if you don't report it, that's not a imminent threat to the public health, and to me it is.
Dr. Gandhi, given the timelines for the legislature, will we have a chance to see the language drafted before the bills are numbered, et cetera? Like perhaps at our next meeting, since there's going to be some additional stakeholder work, it sounds like, done between now and then?
There'll definitely be stakeholder meetings done between now and then. December will be really tight. I could definitely introduce it. The bill may have to be posted before then because there's a deadline for bill. But I mean, if you want to appoint chair and vice chair to have a discussion with myself, and if the board is comfortable with that, then we can take this offline and have a discussion and address the concerns. But I'm afraid that come December, things are going to be moving fast, and there are deadlines on when these things have to be posted.
Understood. I'm interested to see how many other changes happen between now and then. It's hard to decide how to.
Yeah, what's amazing is things can happen even after they're posted and in session. So the board's feeling on Mr. Solari's request, should we remove or should we
I think he brings up a good point. You don't want to water down the language and it seem lesser importance.
I think he brings up a good point too, Miss. That's why I really would like, if possible, to have a confirmation from board or legal counsel that it doesn't mean you have to move in that direction. It says may. It doesn't mean that that's what we have to do. We could go back depending on the circumstance and evaluate it individually. And I would feel better about it in that regard.
May is a term that is discretionary in nature.
Mhm.
But when you read it together and you have a list of actions that the board may not determine is, threatens the health and safety and may resolve it with a non-disciplinary, civil penalty, that certainly gives kind of an appearance that this is something the board has determined is maybe resolved not through non-disciplinary action, doesn't have to be reported right away. So it's just, although may is discretionary, with this exhaustive list, it could be interpreted the other way.
Okay, thank you.
It makes it less clear, I guess.
Mhm.
I can just see an attorney showing up and arguing the opposite, so you don't have to do it. And so you get kind of talked into a non-disciplinary route. And so I want to take the wiggle room out of it and just eliminate item J.
I think I'm in support of that as well. I think that you bring up a good point. So your ask is, Dr. Gandhi?
If the board wishes to remove J, we can definitely do that.
May I make a motion to that effect, sir?
Feel free.
I'll make a motion to remove item J from Senate Bill 1372.
And I would second that. Do you need a roll call or do we? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Dr. Gandhi.
Is there any other discussion on the legislative languages?
And at one point, we had discussed inserting some language that would allow veterinarians to dispense an emergency supply of compounded product from office use stock. Has that found its way? And I apologize, I didn't get through all of the language. Did that make its way into any of these or no?
That was not part of any of these legislations. I'm not sure which bill it was going to be introduced in. I think somebody was speaking to Senator Pace regarding that. One of your colleagues, Mr. Blair, and I'm not sure where it led to after that.
Okay.
If no other discussion on legislative discussion, the next one is scam alert. I think we sent out an email to a lot of leadership in the industry about folks pretending to be Board of Pharmacy employees and reaching out to pharmacists, technicians, and asking for their personal information. If their information is accurate and updated in the system, the board has all the information we need on that licensee or permit. And we typically, and we have never asked for licensees' bank account information or any personal information up and beyond what's already in our system. So I'm hoping that message has gotten out there to pharmacists and none of them fall into that trap. But it is happening where folks are pretending to be Board of Pharmacy inspectors and or staff. That is one of the reasons why we also posted the inspectors' pictures on our website, so that if somebody shows up to their doorstep, they can see that, like for instance, Steve Hyber, that doesn't look like Steve Hyber, so who the heck are you? Question would be asked. But we have seen a lot of these things happen, not just with our board, but other health boards as well. And I think it's across the country. So wanted to make you guys aware.
Can I add to that, Kim? I was just going to, compliance officer Carol Hess wrote up a sheet for people to review as well. And I think that is helpful. And I really appreciate that she did that. That is on our website too, for pharmacies and pharmacists.
And to your point, Cam, I mean, I get notifications from other boards of pharmacy, the DEA and so on. So they're not just posing, it's not specific to Arizona. It's a national problem, and it's not just Board of Pharmacy. Like I say, it's DEA, it's FDA. They're posing as everybody that they possibly can to get personal information.
The next one, guys, I did send you guys a 2021 board meeting schedule. Your thoughts? If not, entertain a motion to approve, Mr. President.
Okay. Board members, any questions, concerns on the schedule?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Next agenda is District 6, 7, and 8 resolutions. I did send out an email to the board members about that. So I'm not sure if anybody has a resolution they'd like to introduce at the next board district meeting. Perfect, thank you. Next topic, I have also Kelly Fine here joining us, and wanted to talk about HHS expanded access to childhood vaccinations during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. And it allows basically for pharmacists to inject at a lower age than what we have in our statutes and rules. We do have an emergency provision also. During an emergency crisis, pharmacists can immunize, and there is no age limit, so it can go down all the way to 0. So we are covered during a pandemic and emergency situation. I think the concern right now is obviously what happens when that emergency is lifted and how do we move forward. And I believe the board is trying to address that. Kelly, I think you had other things to add to this discussion.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I just had asked Cam just to be available. I'm taking part in a lot of conversations, both at a state and national level. So if there were questions about the HHS order, how other states may be interpreting it, and or just discussions of the health department or access in particular, I wanted to be available to kind of address some of that, to see if there were any questions. The HHS order does cover childhood vaccines, so any of the routine ones 3 and up. And there's a number of provisions that have to be complied with if you're going to be operating under this HHS order. There's a whole document that you can read, detailed document that issues the Third Amendment basically to the PrEP Act, which covers all of the details in this. But basically the order preempts state law. So no matter what the scope is in the state, this order supersedes that. To the extent, though, there are some states that already have the authority to vaccinate children. And so in that case, you're not really operating under the PrEP Act. In that point, you're operating under state scope. So for our situation, the childhood vaccine, flu 3 and up. So for that one, you're really just operating under state scope and not the HHS order, but any of the other routine vaccines, if you're doing it outside of a prescription, you'd be operating under this PrEP Act. And so the requirements follow almost everything that we have in our statute to a T as far as training and documentation. And CE requirements. The only additional things that were added in here are the requirement to check the registry prior to administration, and then the information that has to be given to a parent regarding the importance of a well child visit. So again, that's just kind of a brief overview, but happy to answer any questions.
Kelly, has there been any discussion on what the conversation looks like for the referral for wellness child visits? Is it just information? Is it documentation of it? Is it a pamphlet?
I'm sorry, I'll turn my camera here for a little bit. So it's all it says is the licensed pharmacist must inform his or her childhood vaccination the patients and the adult caregivers accompanying the child of the importance of a well child visit with a pediatrician or other licensed care provider and refer patients as appropriate. And so we're working, our national organization, ASPA, is working with APHA and some of the other national organizations, and they've already come up with some documents that can be used for that purpose. If a company, a pharmacy doesn't want to develop their own, there's going to be kind of a standard one that's been approved by multiple different pharmacy organizations that can be used for that purpose.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions?
Dr. Gandhi, does any action need to be taken by the board, or are we in agreement that we're in good shape to follow the PrEP Act and can perhaps add this to our FAQs?
I think we're in line, but also ARS 32-1974. D2, immunizations or vaccines to any person regardless of age during a public health emergency response of the state. Pharmacists are allowed to do it during a health emergency. So I think we're covered during a health emergency. It's beyond the health emergency is our concern as well. So, and we'll pursue continuing to resolve that issue as well. Any other questions on that item? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
So I wanted to give you a brief update on the District 6, 7, and 8 meeting that's coming up in October. It is going to be a very abbreviated meeting as it is going to be virtual. We were slated to host an in-person meeting this round, as it was Arizona's turn to host it. Obviously, no one thought about COVID at the time. We were fortunate enough to push that in-live meeting to next year, but we still have the obligation of hosting a virtual meeting. In your board books, you'll see a very rough draft of the agenda. It still needs quite a bit of modification. I did reach out to, finally got a hold of an ACP representative that's going to be presenting during the meeting. He and I have a discussion coming up next Tuesday about how we're going to move forward, and we'll solidify the agenda at that time. But I think the gist of the agenda is what you see there. We do have a District 6, 7, 8 task force committee that will probably get together more out of the agenda, and we'll get it. So just FYI, if you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay. Next agenda item is 2020 renewal is going to be open next Monday. We have posted, we've sent an email blast out. We'll post it on the NABP newsletter, post it on our website. We have a Facebook page, we have a Twitter page or Twitter notification we can send out. So we are notifying everybody that's up for renewal this round. And again, it's going to be opening up September 7th.
Dr. Gandhi, to clarify, we won't be sending out renewal notices per se, just reminders to renew, right?
Via emails, yes.
Emails.
Email blasts. And we'll do it again.
Just so the public's aware.
Yes. I think the postcards at one point we were doing it, but I think we were receiving back about 30% of those postcards as being undeliverable. So it didn't seem like a good spend of our licensing fees. So we are doing, we do a blast before renewals open, and then we'll do 1 or 2 more reminders as we get closer for those folks that have not renewed at this time.
May I ask a question about that?
Yep.
This year, the opiate CE is new. Are we putting any statement in there that remember you have to have your 3 hours of opiate CE included when you verify that you've completed your CE requirements?
In the body of the notification that we send out does indicate what CEs you need when you do renew them. So we have a reminder in the body of the email.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? So the next topic is, and this topic is reintroduced. I know the board had discussed it some time ago, but board staff, myself, is a little bit confused as to how we move forward with it. The substance use program, the consent agreement that we issue, has stated in their 400 hours, voluntary hours, that they have to do for community service. And we go back and forth. It was not listed in the original RFP where the partners that we have are obligated to do this. So there's some inconsistencies between what one of our partner believes in and what the other partner believes in. For board staff to receive this information, for us to decipher whether it was of personal interest or not personal interest and so forth, is becoming very tasking. So I wanted to have this discussion with you guys, whether we need this language going forward. I believe I felt that if it was definitely of value to someone's rehab, that the individual folks that are partnering with us would incorporate it in their program. Thoughts?
Do you mean like if someone coaches their own kids' Little League, do we count that?
That's the dilemma we run into, whether that counts or not.
I feel like we've had this discussion before. You said we've had this back and forth.
We have. And I think at that time, it's like, let's keep it in there. There's value to it. But again, it becomes a tracking thing. It becomes. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was just going to say, from that meeting, what came out of it was that the hours could not be self-serving in any manner. We may want to unmute Kelly Fine. I know that her and I have talked about this quite a bit. I think what was discussed was keeping it in the consent agreements, but that the respective whichever entity is monitoring the individual would then collect those hours. Sorry, and it wouldn't be us.
What about having a list of approved sites?
Volunteering is one of those things where it's just impossible to have a list of all-inclusive list, and I hear you, but the list is going to be immense.
Yeah, I thought it was on the provider to approve or not approve, and for them to track. I also remember there being a case where someone was going to school and they wanted to count that.
So again, we get into this debate and what should be allowed, what shouldn't be allowed, and so forth, and it becomes a challenge.
Well, I also think it needs to be relevant. I think there should be some kind of relevance to it. It should. I mean, there's a reason that it's put in there, and it needs to be relevant. So.
Yeah, I agree with her. And the two words I would use, one has to be relevant to their rehab, and the other one has to be non-self-serving. And as long as they're doing something good for somebody else, that's fine. Is acceptable.
Yep, Ms. Fine, do you have any comment?
Yeah, so this has been kind of something that was longstanding in all of the agreements, since the start of the program. Our program feels very strongly that community service hours are important in somebody's recovery to get them out of themselves, typically addicts, when they're going through that phase, that substance use phase. It's a very, it's self-focused. And so to get outside of themselves and to give back to their community, I think we've debated on what's the right number of hours. But I think what Elizabeth had said, that was my recollection of the discussion that the board had at the time, that as long as it wasn't self-serving, that they were going to leave it up to the programs to approve the service and then help keep track of the hours. So it'd be like a monitoring component. And then if somebody didn't complete the hours, by the end of their term, then that would be something that would be reported in the communication back to the board.
So Cam,
How is that not happening for you guys, Kelly?
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, so you guys have that in place now, correct?
Yeah. Mhm.
And where do you find problems with that not happening?
Oh, our participants do it. I think there was a little bit of confusion when we went to the new program of who was going to be responsible. Typically, they didn't get approval from the board before they started service hours. They would submit logs and record of it, but I think it makes more sense to have the programs in charge of that and kind of not have that burden on staff, board staff, as long as you guys are comfortable with that. But we don't necessarily have any problem. I just think it's
I get it.
Yeah.
I understand. So it needs to be, you guys need to be the same, you guys have to have the same going on between the two different entities, correct?
Yeah, correct. We need to be aligned. Now, I don't know if that requires us to do an addendum to the RFP that we had posted, and maybe that's what that needs to happen, or we can just have a nice discussion with the both partners that we have and see if they would help our cause.
Who's responsible for keeping track of it with their group? Who does that?
So the participants log their hours. So we have a log sheet that we have them fill out with the number of hours, and they have the entity where they're volunteering sign those logs. And then they can send them to me and I can keep them on file, but ultimately it's up to them to keep logs and records of where they've gone. They go to different places, make sure you get a completion letter, certifying those hours. Because they're going to be the ones that have to submit that ultimately to show you guys when they go before you to remove their probation that they've completed all of the program elements.
So really you're looking at it.
Yeah, and so there'll be a checkpoint. So we have semi-annual reviews, and so that's part of one of our checks that we do, making sure that if they have service hours in their contract, that they're working towards that. What's your plan? How many hours have you done? And then I have a file for all of the participants as well. And so I can keep logs in the office as well as a backup.
Well,
I think, go ahead, Kyra.
I was just going to say in conclusion, it makes sense that both are doing the same thing. It doesn't make any sense to have our monitoring programs different. That doesn't make sense. It makes sense that the objectives are the same. So however you need to do that.
So I guess what we wanted to know today is, do we keep it in the consent agreements for anybody that is in one of these programs? Keep it in there and we'll reach out to the other entities that have the RFP. And that they would be monitoring those hours, and it wouldn't be us that would be monitoring it.
Sounds like it needs to be in the RFP though.
And I think that's what we're going to work on.
Yeah, so if we don't get cooperation from all parties, then maybe we amend the RFP and send that out. So
First step is the communication part. See if we can get it done. Then if not, we move to that amended RFP.
Correct. Is that okay with the board?
Sound good, board members?
Absolutely.
Everybody's agreeance.
You need a motion?
Yeah, maybe it'd be best if we did. Yeah.
I'll make
I'm happy to make the motion unless Ms. Lakakar wants to.
Doesn't matter. I'll second it. How's that?
Okay. I'll make the motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, the next item on my discussion is we're coming into this situation where folks have had a run-in with law enforcement many years ago, maybe over 10 years ago. And it's a misdemeanor related offense. And they've been clean since. They're older, they found a new lifestyle and so forth. And we just had a couple of situations that have happened right after the last board meeting and happened after our cutoff to be on this meeting, which means now they have to wait almost 2.5, 3 months for the next meeting to get licensed. So we're trying to figure out a better way of facilitating those folks that have turned over a new leaf and that have not disclosed on their application for whatever reason. But it's not a threat to the public. Again, they're contributing to society. They're doing good. And we're at this point holding them up to be licensed, and they may have an opportunity for a job or may not. I don't know. But hopefully we can come up with a smoother process so we can get them licensed quicker. So I wanted to introduce that to you guys for discussion.
You know, hearing that, Cam, and knowing those situations, to me, the right thing to do is to get the individual to work in those situations rather than have them out of work for potentially 3 months or longer by the time they do get the license and then on board. I would be in favor of that. I think it's the right thing to do in those cases where there's been time and they're misdemeanors, not felony and not drug related. That's my opinion. Board members, anybody else have anything to add to that discussion?
I agree with you.
Our new application doesn't cover that, the way it's worded, not covering this.
No, not exactly.
I thought that was just part of the intent of that. So what does a good amount of time mean?
I don't know. That's left to be defined, you know. And I think what we did during this situation is I did reach out to chair and vice chair. We did get a consent and you guys did approve it. And so we'll sign off on it. And so we had this discussion ahead of time and we were able to try to figure out a better way of facilitating these people. But again, I wanted a more structured format, and that's why I wanted to discuss it with you guys.
I think, Ms. Snare, in the past, I'm not going to answer your question, but I'm going to tell you what the topic of conversation has been on it, is the 4-year mark has come forward with misdemeanors, not that are not felony, not involving drug, and then 5-year has been thrown out too. So it's that 4-year, 5-year mark that we've talked about in the past. Nothing final has been finalized, but that's what's come up.
Okay. I mean, I would be good with that. Do you need a rule change or?
We are working on a statutory change. I believe Mr. Boson was going to introduce something last year, and then, you know, we ran into that major speed bump. So I think it'll be introduced this year to fix it, but that won't be in effect until, if everything goes smoothly, till next August. So we do have a problem until that point. I mean, if it's okay with you guys, I don't mind calling chair and vice chair and say, here's the situation. Are you guys okay us issuing a consent agreement for failure to notify? And then if we call an emergency meeting, we'll address it then, or we'll address it at the next board meeting. It still speeds up the process by doing it that way. Yeah.
Sorry, Cam. I was just going to say it might be helpful to give an example of one that you were talking about.
Yeah,
Like
the one we're talking about, we were fortunate enough to get the one on this agenda for you to okay the consent agreement for failure to notify. So we'll sign off on it today, tomorrow. He'll pay his civil penalty by the end of the week, and we'll open his license. But in an event that there's a big gap between the time we have this discussion to get the consent agreement to the next board meeting, might be a bigger gap. And then I can't really sign off on it until you approve it. So we're trying to kind of solve that problem. Now, it's not applicable to everybody. Obviously, if there's drug offenses and felony charges, they have to come before you. We're talking about situations that may have occurred that were misdemeanors that aren't drug related and aren't an imminent threat to the public.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. So this has been, let's say 5 years, should you throw it out there? It's a misdemeanor, and I did not tell you on my application.
Right.
You're giving them a chance to pay $250 and resubmit.
Pay $250 and a consent agreement, and that consent agreement today has to come before you guys to accept before I can do anything else. Gina, is there
just-
another solution to these things?
Like Ms. Snare, I'm a little confused. Are you asking, is your ask to eliminate the 250 settle penalty or for it to not come in front of us, just get approved?
And I'm not sure if we can do that.
They, just as the board had come up with the grid about applications they want to see and they don't want to see, this would fall in the category of a delegation to you to go ahead and approve those applicants with a consent agreement. And then we could put the consent agreements on a consent agenda.
I'm okay with that. If it's, we're keeping the 250 settle penalty, they're paying the fine and you're approving it. And that's what we always do. So if that's what your ask is, I'm certainly okay with that.
Does that help you, Cam?
It would help. Now, question for Ms. Galvin is, can they pay the 250 ahead of time before the board codifies it, or do they have to first approve it?
I think if the board permits that process, then you would be fine.
And I'm okay with permitting that. I'm speaking for myself. I think anything we can do to speed up the process, especially on things like this, that we would do it anyway. I'm okay with Dr. Gandy or Ms. Dodge having the authority to do that.
And then just to clarify, we are still looking at a substantive rule for old misdemeanors at one point to have a statute of limitations.
We'll work on that. But I think, so if I can sum this up, that it would allow us to proceed pending a discussion with chair and vice chair to draft a consent agreement for failure to notify $250 fine. And upon them signing it, and upon myself signing it, and them paying the civil penalty, we can open their license. We will put it on the next agenda item for you to review.
It would be kind of a, not a retroactive approval, but an approval of a prior action by the executive director.
Very similar to the process we have for dismissals. When you dismiss the stuff, you submit a list and saying, we dismiss this. You can also supplement that with, these are the ones we approve, pending after payment of the civil penalty.
So that's my ask.
And I'm happy to make a motion to that effect.
I would second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call.
Certainly. Mr. Solari?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Minkus? Mr. Minkus?
Aye.
Mr. Leba?
Aye.
Mr. Blair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Mr. Tong? Aye. Ms. Lochnikar?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Perfect. Mr. President, the last agenda item that I need to discuss, I'd like to hold off till tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
Okay. Okay, so it is 11:46. Let's have a break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Sound good?
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Bye all.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Kyra,
Yeah.
does your son get to go to school in person?
Can you hear me? Kristen?
I can hear you.
I don't know why I keep getting muted.
Maybe they don't want us to talk.
I think they're, yeah.
Well, I don't have your phone number.
I need your phone number.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I can.
We keep getting muted.
It's Rob's fault.
It's always Rob's fault.
Then it's Rob's fault.
Oh, I didn't know you were on the line, Rob.
I am, and we are still streaming.
Then we didn't say what we were really thinking.
All right, as soon as we get the green light from board staff, we will start. I don't think we heard you.
Rob, we good to go, buddy? Rob?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, we're good, buddy. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. All right, board members, board staff, and public out there watching, I welcome back from our break. Before we get started and pick up with 26 conferences, I'd like to do a roll call.
Okay, Mr. Stellari,
Present, sir.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Minkus,
Here.
Mr. Leba,
Here.
Mr. Blair,
Here.
Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Mr. Tong. Mr. Tong, you're on mute.
Well, yeah, okay, now we're okay.
There we go. Okay. Okay, Ms. Lochnacar,
I'm here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Okay, all accounted for, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to begin with 26D 19-0411. Respondent Florencio Robles, S021846. Mr. Florencio Robles, I can see you're in the room, but you're on mute. He needs to be unmute. There we go.
Is that good?
Yes.
Okay.
If you would introduce yourself for the record, please.
My name is Florencio Robles. I'm a pharmacist, and my complaint number is 19-0411.
Okay, thank you. Is Sandy Sutcliffe on the line to give a brief summary of the case?
Yes,
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Robles, do you have legal counsel with you representing?
Yes, I do. Ms. Carol Romano.
Okay, I see her right here. I'm going to try to unmute her.
Okay, they weren't letting me unmute. Now I'm unmuted. I'm sorry. I'm Carol Romano, the attorney for Mr. Robles.
Hi, Ms. Romano. Okay, so now if I could get Sandy Sutcliffe to give us a summary of the case.
Yes. The complainant indicates that she went to the pharmacy to pick up medications for an infection and that there were 2 prescriptions ready, excuse me, for the same medication, but in 2 different strengths. The complainant indicates that she asked the pharmacist how to take the medication, and the pharmacist responded he did not know and that she should call the doctor to ask. There were 2 electronic prescriptions received by the pharmacy for metronidazole 500 milligrams and 250 milligrams, sent to the pharmacy just a few minutes apart. The directions on both prescriptions stated to take 1 tablet twice a day for 10 days. The prescriptions had the same prescriber, but different supervisors were listed. The pharmacist completed a DUR override for duplicate therapy on the 250 milligram strength, which was the second prescription received. I did not find any notes in the prescription or patient profile in regards to the override.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robles or legal counsel, would you like to make an opening statement?
I'm going to allow Mr. Robles to explain to you what happened. Basically, in our response to the complaint, we described what the events were. But just to fast track things for a minute, Mr. Robles was at the time employed by Fry's. He was no longer employed by Fry's when this complaint reached him. And so he doesn't have a personal recollection, but I'll let him explain to you the events.
Okay, thank you.
And so, like my legal representation told you, in around January, I received a call from Sandy telling me that there was a complaint. The alleged event happened in October, and by that time, I already had another job with another company. And so Sandy sent me the nature of the complaint, and I reached out to my former boss because I couldn't remember anything about it. And so this has been already 3 months, more than 3 months since this event happened. And I don't remember anything that happened at that day 3 months earlier. But one thing that I know is that like this happened, and the member didn't have, the patient didn't have any clarification as to if it was either the 250 or the 500 milligrams that was supposed to be dispensed. I don't even have to ask the patient in this case, to call the doctor, number one. I just turn around and I will call the doctor and clarify that. I'm 100% that's my modus operandi. Toss the ball and tell the person, you go and talk to the doctor. And so, but in all honesty, I don't remember what happened because this happened in October now, almost a year now. And when this complaint reached me, it was over 3 months. Fry's failed to submit information early as they were asked. And by the time it reached me, it's already been 3 months. I don't remember what happened.
Okay, thank you for the statement. Board members, do you have questions?
Mr. President, this is Kevin Dang. So, Mr. Robles, the conversation that you had with the patient at the point of at the time when the patient went by to pick up the prescription, to me, since there's no witness, no one else was there, so it's all about hearsay. But one thing that I'm struggling with is explain to me, why would you overrode the DUR?
I can speculate. If you want me to speculate, because I don't know what really happened, I can speculate. The 2 prescriptions came like 20 minutes apart. And so what maybe had happened was that the patient was there asking for the prescription, and the patient didn't want to wait for it. And so the patient didn't allow me to have the time to call the doctor. However, again, that's a speculation, and in all fairness, I have to tell you what I think it might have happened, but who knows what happened because I have no recollection. And Fry's, I called twice, once in February to my former boss, and he said, no, you don't work for the company, you're not allowed in here. And number 2, in March, when the complainant come to the conference, she said that she brought in 2 prescriptions, which it was not true. The prescriptions were sent electronically. And so when the March conference happened, the board decided that they wanted to see me in person in May. And I reached out to my boss again, my former boss, and he again told me that I was not allowed in the premises because I don't work for the company. And so I don't really know what happened with that conversation. But again, my modus operandi is I don't leave people in the dark. If I don't know if it was the 250 or the 500, I just turn around and I call the doctor to make sure that I got the right strength given to her. And so.
So you did call the doctor?
I don't know that because I don't have.
Well, we should have records. We should have the phone records that shows that whether or not you had contacted the physician.
I don't know what Fry sent to you.
Okay. Do you know that metronidazole is a drug that has a lot of drug-drug interactions with other medications?
Correct. And the person left without either the 250 or the 500. And so, again, I'm sorry about the speculation, but I don't really know what happened. The main point in here is that the person did not receive either or, so I was looking after the person. Otherwise, I would have cared and I would have given her both prescriptions or one or the other one if that was my character. But that is not the way that I conduct my career. If there was no clarification, I would have called the doctor and clarified which one it is, one or the other, and I will have to take care of business on the spot.
Mr. Robles, if you did in fact call the doctor, where would you have documented that? Would you have put a note in the patient profile, or would you have written it on the original prescription? How would you have documented the fact that?
Sure, the prescriptions were electronically, so I would have made sorry. They used to call it, I forgot, I call something communication, but it's basically a note on the person's profile. Doctor called, doctor sent 2 prescriptions, the 500 or the 250 is the right prescription. Please disregard the 250 or the 500, whichever was the one to be discarded.
Okay. Now, question for Ms. Sutcliffe. Were you able to look at the patient profile at Fry's? Were you able to gain access?
I did pull up information from the Fry's profile. Some of the DUR information was not readily retrievable online because both of those prescriptions had been closed out already because the patient had not picked them up. But that information was obtained from IT with Fry's, and you should have a copy of those documents in with this complaint. I will point out that the prescription actually came over and data entry was done at 2:42 our time, and the DUR and pre-verification was done at 2:42 as well. So that would not have left much time to have contacted the prescriber.
Thank you. That's a very good information, Sandy. So, Mr. Robles, how can you explain that to us with the fact that the timing of the data entry and the timing of the DUR, it all happened within 1 minute. How would you have time to contact the physician?
Again, I can speculate again. Maybe what I thought was happening is that the patient was there waiting for the prescription, and when I saw the patient waiting, I just decided to do the DUR override so I can talk to the member to see if she has any clarification about whether it was the 500 or the 250. But the member maybe didn't give me enough time to make a phone call. That's what I think maybe happened, but again, I don't know if that's what happened.
Okay, so again, real quick, what would your modus operandi if you're at the counter with the patient doesn't know about the medications. You have the 2 medications are in the bag, okay? She doesn't take the medications, okay? So now you're holding a bag with 2 medications in it. What do? She walks out of the store. So you're holding a bag with 2 medications. Do you turn around, take the bag with you, call the doctor? Do you leave it on? What would you have done?
So what I would have done, I know that I've been doing this many years now. What I would have done if the person was there to pick up the prescription and I'm ready to give a consult, I would have to give the name of the prescriptions to the member and notice the 2 different strengths. And so I would have asked the patient, do you have any kind of paperwork where it tells me what kind of medication the doctor sent to me to see if that can clarify me which one it is, the 500 or the 250. If the patient didn't have that kind of information, I would have just turned around, call the doctor, get it straight. But I would have not let the person go with either the 500 or the 250 until I get clarification whether it was from some kind of discharge paperwork that the patient has with her, or whether it's a phone call that I make to the doctor after finding out that the member or the patient doesn't have any kind of clarification about which one it is.
Okay, but I have I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, go ahead.
No, because apparently the bag with the 2 medications just wound up back in a pickup bin because a week later the patient got called to come pick up her medications and there was no additional information. So I'm trying to fit the events to what you're telling us is your normal practice.
Right. And unfortunately, I don't know what really happened. Again, like I said before, this is all speculation because Fry's to provide that information to you guys right away, which was sent to you on December 12th. I did not get contact until January 30th, more than almost 6 weeks from you, even though Fry's has given you the information on December 20th, I think it was.
I have a question for you. So,
go ahead.
And I have a statement first. Board members, depending on the indication, this medication can be given at 750 milligrams, depending on the indication. So I think that is something to consider here. It could have been written the correct way. It could have been dosed the correct way. Having said that, Ms. Sutcliffe, are you aware of anything to contradict that? Did the prescriber ever, even though Mr. Robles has been removed from the situation and we don't have free-flowing information with recollection of memories, is there anything to indicate that that indeed was the correct dose and that she was supposed to take a 500 and a 250?
I don't have any information on that.
I don't know if anybody else heard that, but you cut out, Sandy. I'm sorry.
I don't have any information on that. I did not contact the prescriber. Apparently, the complainant contacted the prescriber and didn't get any follow-up on that.
Okay,
And
so
is-
what we,
Oh, sorry,
go
Joe.
ahead.
I
You go
wasn't
ahead.
trying to interrupt.
No.
And as far as we know, the doctor did not call the pharmacy to cancel any of the prescriptions either.
No, not that I'm aware of. They were closed approximately a week later, after the patient or the complainant had received a call, and she asked if there had been any clarification for the prescriptions and was told no, and then they closed them out.
Mr.
Was,
President,
Ms. Sutcliffe, was there a documentation that consultation was completed at the pharmacy by Mr. Robles?
There was not, because the medications never left the pharmacy and were not sold, so there was no counseling documentation to be had.
So we don't even have a fact per fact drug error in this case. We have a situation where medication was questioned, has not left the pharmacy, and customer left without being treated for their condition.
Correct. The only
But-
thing I can point you to is to the DUR override.
And the DUR override, in my opinion, at this point, doesn't mean a whole lot till I know indication, or I know, was the DUR override done with comments on there? Was the DUR override done with a note on the bag saying, call the doctor, waiting for response back on why customers on 2 different anti-infectives? So I'm not able to make a decision on this one, knowing what I know. It does seem like there could have been some more helpful gestures made by the pharmacy, in my opinion, at that time, and possibly on your part, Mr. Robles, as well. But you don't have a recollection of that, and I can't fault you for that because it's been a very long time. So board, that is my opinion on this one, and I'll open it up for discussion amongst the group.
I agree to a point with your logic, Mr. President. I do still have some difficulty aligning the events to what Mr. Robles describes as his standard practice. Regardless of whether the doctors intended for a 750 milligram dose initially, 20 minutes in between the prescriptions and a 1-minute override of the DUR doesn't sit well. If I'm going to make a decision, I'm going to err in the direction of public safety. So I would like to make a recommendation of non-disciplinary continuing education, 3 credits, patient safety and error prevention, to be completed within 90 days in addition to normal renewal requirements.
I second that.
Okay, let's talk. Board members, any other discussion?
I agree with the motion. It's in line with what we've done in the past. And I think it's adequate for the situation.
Okay, Ms. Galvin, I do have a question for you, Mr. Hartgraves. The patient is here and is asking to make a comment. They are not named on the complaint. I would like your advice before we proceed with allowing that or not allowing it.
She has already spoken at our complaint review. Just also another statement.
That's true. And I thought she did file the complaint, no?
She did. She filed the complaint, and
So
she
that's,
is here. So I'm just asking, is it okay to, she's not named on it, is she okay to come forward and speak?
I don't know what you mean by not named on it, but if she did file the complaint, you have the discretion to allow her to speak, yes.
Okay.
And if there's an issue with identifying the patient, she can refer to her, she can identify herself by initials.
Okay. So you are more than welcome to speak today. I want to remind you of something, though. You don't have to disclose anything on sensitive patient information if you don't want to. If you want to do that, we can go into a closed session that has privacy in it for you. But you're welcome to state your name for the record. Or if you don't want to state your name and be confidential, you can state your initials, but you're more than welcome to make a statement. I'm sorry, you were speaking while I was speaking. Did you hear what I said? Okay.
I'm not hearing anything.
I think Cam is just getting her set up.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
All right, my name is Pat Mictus. I am the patient. I went into Fry's because I got a call after I got home from the doctor to go and pick up my prescription. When I went, I was told I needed a consultation. Now, my impression of a consultation is if you're not taking a drug, which I don't, you're supposed to tell me what it is, how to take it. So when I went up to him, he gave me 2 bottles wrapped in a rubber band and handed it to me. When I opened it up, it had my name and it had the milligrams, nothing in between. So he said, take 1 at night and 1 in the morning. I said, take 1 when? I said, these bottles do not have any information on it. I need to know when to take it, the stronger in the morning or the weaker. He said, I don't know. I said, if you don't know, and this is a consultation, how am I going to know? I said, call the doctor. He said, no, that's up to you. I said, no, that's not how it works. You are the person who knows about drugs. You're supposed to inform me, the public, what it is. And I made the complaint right away. And he knew that I was upset with it. I said, I am not going to walk out of here with a drug that I know nothing about. And I walked out and left it. Yes, they called me the following week and I said, I'm registering a complaint because you never went ahead and clarified it with the doctor. What I said, I can't be taking a drug that I don't know what the strength is. That's not fair to me, the patient. And he said, that's not up to me. You got to call the doctor and get the information. I told him, that's your job. That's not my job to do it. There was no instruction on the label. I put the rubber band on and handed it back to him. That is why I'm here today for the 4th time. The 4th hearing is today because of that. You can't be just handing people drugs and not telling them what it's for and how to take it. There was not one thing on the label. That's not fair to me, a patient. I'm not used to taking drugs and I want to know what it is and what it does and what's in it. I think that's a fair assumption on my part, the consumer. And that is why I wrote the complaint.
Thank you, Ms. Metcalf. I do have a question for you. You said you got the bottle and there was nothing on it. There was no directions at all?
None. 2 bottles and a rubber band.
So was your name on it? Was the name of the drug on it?
It had the name of the drug and it had the name of the drug and next to it the milligram. And my name was at the top. The middle was blank on both bottles.
Okay. Ms. Sutcliffe, were you able to look at labels or no, because it was put back?
I looked through my notes. I didn't pull any labels there. I did look at the information that was entered in the database, and the database had, of course, the strengths and the directions of use. So I would presume that that would print on the label as it normally does.
Okay, thank
you. Can I ask for clarification on what a drug consultation is? What is it? How is it conducted?
Absolutely. Dr. Gandhi?
You're muted, Cam.
Sandy may be able to provide you a.
No, definitely.
There he goes.
Yes. Under R 423-402, oral consultation shall include, and there's a list of items that need to be included in the consultation. And I can read that to you guys as soon as I pull it up right now. Oral consultation shall include receiving the name and strength of the prescription medication or name of the prescribing only device and the label indication of the use for the prescription medication or prescription only device. Review the prescription's directions for use. reviewing the route of administration, and providing oral consultation, oral information regarding special instructions and written information regarding side effects, procedure for missed doses, and storage requirements. And that is shall include.
Okay, thank you. Board members, before I open up to questions, Mr. Robles, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. First of all, there's no way I could have done an override without having instructions on the label. So I am 100% sure there were instructions on the label, number one. Number two, I wouldn't have said that's up to you to call the doctor. I would have never done anything like that. I would have just turned around and called the doctor like I stated before, and make sure that we have the right dose for the right person and the right instruction for the person, so I can give a consult for her. And so I don't know why she's saying that there was no instructions, because I'm 100% sure that there was instructions in there. I don't remember, but I'm 100% positive that there was instructions on both vials. And by the way, I never used rubber bands in my practice when I was a pharmacist with Fry's. And so, sorry to be that kind of person, but I have to stand my ground and make a comment of what she just said.
Okay, thank you for that.
Did you call the doctor? Did you ever call the doctor?
Ms. Mickus, I think what we're going to do is I'll allow questions towards the board, but not towards each other at this point. Having said that, board members, do you have any questions on what you just heard?
Ms. Sutcliffe, I don't see in the packet information on the labeling, but you did receive that information from Fry's and validated there were instructions that were included?
I did not print the labels when I was doing the investigation, but the patient profile had all of the information that you would expect from a prescription, including the directions.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
The labels were completely bare. My name and the milligrams and the drug. That was it, nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
And I asked him specifically to call the doctor. How am I going to know? I didn't even know the prescription was going to be there. It was a total surprise. So when I called and I went there, I had a lot of questions. And he answered none of them.
Okay.
May I ask a question for Ms. Mickus, Mr. President?
Yes.
Ma'am, I can see you're upset and I don't blame you. Are you pursuing a complaint against the physician, the prescriber, with the same enthusiasm that you are against Mr. Robles?
I did write them a letter. I wrote, yes.
Okay. Did you just write a letter to Mayo, or did you file it with the Medical Board of Examiners, their board?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. President, information that we have, I think I kind of agree with you. I don't know. I think we're able to determine fully what happened based on the information that we have before us. I don't think we can fully determine whether or not the prescription would have been dispensed incorrectly. So I agree with your points related to not really knowing if there was fault there or not. I also don't think that there is any concern with asking for additional continuing education. I think that non-disciplinary continuing education is a perfectly acceptable solution, and would perhaps teach Mr. Robles additional strategies that he could use in clarifying DURs, perhaps.
Even having said that, my concern with that is we are then now saying that because he doesn't remember and it was a while back, he is guilty of not doing any of it. I'm not comfortable making that decision with what I have in front of me. I'm not. Even though it's non-disciplinary, it's still going to be a public record.
But that's not what we're saying, Mr. President. There are there are discrepancies between what Mr. Robles describes as his standard practice and what evidence we have. Okay. Again, I would stand by.
What is that discrepancy, Mr. Blair? Can you help me with that?
Well, the discrepancy is Mr. Robles says that if he had a situation like this where the customer said, I don't know why I'm using the medication, that he would call the doctor, and yet there is no record that he called the doctor. The medication was put back in the pickup bin with no action done to it.
But we don't know that. Sandy, do we know that there was no action done to the prescription?
I can tell you that there were no notes in the patient's profile or attached to those prescriptions in Fry's database that I saw when I did the investigation. And I can tell you the dates that they were closed. I don't know what occurred between the original dispensing date and the date that they were closed out.
I see.
Is it clarified that I didn't pick it up?
Yes, the pharmacy records do not show that those medications ever left the pharmacy.
Okay, with no reason as to why I didn't pick them up?
It's not required that that's documented.
The other concern that I have, and I'd like maybe compliance officer or legal counsel to answer, is can we discipline on a prescription that was not even dispensed? And the drug strengths were right, the dosages are right. It's this other conversation that we're talking about, the details of it. Has there been a violation committed that we can say 100% there's a violation?
How about the consultation?
Wasn't sold.
I'll point out, though, Mr. President, this is not discipline. This is non-disciplinary.
And I agree with you, Mr. President. There are ways that there could have been actions that perhaps weren't documented or memorialized in the system because it was an electronic prescription. Somebody could have wrote a note on the outside of a bag, put it on a counter, and perhaps it didn't get documented into the system and put into the permanent record.
As I stated at the beginning of my motion, if I'm going to err, I'm going to err on the side of patient safety for the citizens of Arizona.
Agreed.
I agree with Mr. Blair.
I agree too.
May I ask if this Mr. Robles has any other complaints against him?
Not at this time. That's not relevant to this inquiry.
I understand, but does he have any?
We're not going to answer that question right now because it's not relevant, and the board, it would be prejudicial to the pharmacist if the board had any information in that respect.
Ms. Sutcliffe, are we 100% sure that the interaction did occur with Mr. Robles? We verified he was working that day.
I pulled the pharmacist signature log. He was the only pharmacist for that date.
Okay, thank you.
At this
Good
point, we
discussion.
have a
Thank you.
motion on the table. And it's been seconded. Lots of discussion. Let's vote and see what happens.
Okay, any other discussion, board members? Okay, have a motion on the table. I have a second. This
Second.
would we have a roll call on this?
Yes,
No.
please.
Can we hear the
Yes. Okay,
I would prefer roll call because I hear I don't believe it's going to be unanimous.
Would I also be able to get a repeat of that motion?
please?
Yeah,
Please.
Non-disciplinary continuing education, 3 credits on patient safety and error prevention to be completed in 90 days, in addition to the normal CE requirements for renewal.
So he gets a slap on the wrist for giving a prescription that's...
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you, the board is ready to take a vote. I'm going to ask you to stop interrupting, please. Cam, if
Dr.
you could
Gandhi?
have a roll call.
Roll call, Mr. President. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leyva,
nay.
Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lapnikar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Robles and Ms. Midkiss, thank you for your time today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, 26A. Dr. Gandhi?
Do you want to take that one, Mr. President?
Yes,
I do. I just want to see if that's where he wants to go next.
yes, please. 26A is a good one.
Okay, and noting my recusal, Ms. Walmsley will take over.
All right. Case 26A, case 20-0045, regarding Jamie Pitts and the respondent, I believe in this case will be Bashes. There was who is the compliance officer for this one? Is it Sharon?
Yeah, that's me.
Ms. Richardson, can you start off and give us kind of a summary of the complaint?
Sure. So in November of 2019, I did a routine inspection at Bashes number 55. During that inspection, I did a controlled substance audit that revealed a shortage of 4,551 tablets of tramadol. That was then issued as a violation, of course. Jamie Pitts was the pharmacist in charge at that time, who responded to the violation, indicating that she would institute some safeguards in terms of doing frequent audits, double counting, that type of thing. DEA 106 was filed. I went back to do a further expanded audit in January. At that time, I went back. So that initial audit encompassed a period of May 3rd through November 21st of 2019. So I went back and did a full year for the inventory period prior to that, which would have been from April 29th of 2018 through May 2nd. That audit period showed a discrepancy, a shortage of 4,834 tablets of tramadol. And the year prior to that, which would have been 2017 through 2018, was a shortage of 1,573. So that was an additional shortage in total of 6,407 tablets. An additional DEA 106 was filed, so we were at over 10,000 tablets short at that point. Bashes, as the permit holder, was obviously involved in this and notified. Our concern that came up with the permit holder in this situation was this all came about in November, the initial loss. In February 4th, I contacted the district manager for Bashes for an update on their investigation. Was told that they were doing some video surveillance, that no suspect had been identified through that as of yet. Since we weren't really getting anywhere in terms of what was going on with their internal investigation, in February 12th, slightly before February 12th, Deputy Director Elizabeth Dodge and Cam Gandhi started doing weekly phone meetings with Mike McKinley, who's the district manager for Bashes, to get updates on the progress of their investigation and efforts that were being taken on their part as permit holder. They discovered at that point that beyond the changes that Jamie Pitts, as pharmacist in charge, had put in place, nothing else had been done other than video surveillance. No interviews had been conducted with any of the employees, anything like that. So at that point, on February 12th, we opened this complaint against the permit holder. At that point, once the complaint was opened on February 17th, video surveillance continued, and they then did interviews of the employees and drug screens of the employees. And so their investigation proceeded at that point, and then that's when we got a lot more information came out of those interviews in terms of technician statements of tramadol tablets having been found on the bathroom floor several times over the course of years. Jamie those tablets, not following through on investigating or reporting those when they had been found. Are in your packet that they conducted with Jamie Pitts. They might actually be in the file for Jamie. We have 2 complaints here, one against her as well. I will say that after this investigation started, Mike and I worked very closely together, and he was quite helpful. He and I, once COVID hit and we were both working from home, we took that opportunity to get some reports from BASH's on a drugs, and we did some desktop audits on quite a few drugs. And in the end, we all controlled substances. We have a loss of 43,460 tablets, all combined.
Over the period of like about 2 years, Sharon?
This is from April 29th of 2018 to May of 19. So in a 1 year period, we had over 38,000 tablets. And then from May of 19 to April of 2020, we had another 5,000. So yeah, it's the bulk of it was in 1 year, but the 43,000 encompasses 2.
All right, questions, board members from Ms. Richardson, or are we ready to hear from BASH's?
And are they represented?
I don't think so. I think Mike McKinley is here. I just asked him to unmute, and I will find out if they are represented. There you go. Mike, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Mr. McKinley, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mike McKinley with BASH's United Drugs, responding to complaint 200045.
Do you have anybody else present with you today?
I do not.
All right, Mr. McKinley, do you have an opening statement you'd like to make before we get into some discussions and questions?
Well, I did prepare a response to the complaint, a fairly lengthy one of what we have done and what we did in response to the circumstance that happened at BASH's 55 in Wickenburg. The concern about the delay, I don't really have a prepared statement for the delay, but I would say when we first heard about it, I received a call from Sharon Richardson, and she was doing a routine audit at BASH's 55 and came up with this shortage of 4,551 tramadol tablets. So once this was discussed, and that was November 21st, that was accurate, I immediately contacted our loss prevention department and initiated an investigation. Probably the biggest reason for the delay, well, the reason the interviews in that were delayed is because almost in the 9 or 10 years that I've been at this office, and the 2 or 3 years that I was a district manager, we were able to identify on videotape who was responsible, for the shrink. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and when the inspection occurred, every member of that pharmacy staff was present in the pharmacy, so everybody was aware that there was a problem in their store. So typically, we would have said nothing and started doing intense video viewing of it, and typically the perpetrator would have continued his or her actions. But that being said, that was really not available to us. So we had to go back, loss prevention did, and apparently, not being a loss prevention officer, but apparently the downloading of videotapes is a fairly slow, tedious process, with BASH's. And so it did involve, and I fully agree with Inspector Richardson. She spoke absolutely exactly as I recall it. It did take us some time to finally find a videotape that was fairly conclusive. When I was aware, and again, I'll take this on myself, when I was aware that there was some urgency here, that the board felt that we were not doing due diligence, that perhaps videotaping was not enough, why I contacted loss prevention, and then from that point on, they immediately interviewed all the staff members. They took statements from the staff members and did a complete investigation. We suspended Miss Pitts. Her last day was on March 2nd. So again, obviously, as you describe it, there was maybe a failure of urgency there, but each and every day we honestly thought that we were going to come up with the video tape that would be conclusive. We did on April, and I had continual contact with each and every member because I obviously did not know who the guilty individual was. But I did have continual contact. I spoke with each technician. I spoke with the staff pharmacist as well as Ms. Pitts, and just confirming that they were paying attention to the perpetual inventory, the reconciliation, and things were going well. Everybody spoke with the same answer that yes, everybody was kind of wired, and everybody was very, very cautious and very aware of what was going on. Just prior to hiring a new pharmacy manager, I conducted a desktop audit from corporate from November 21st, end of the day, to the end of the day, April 4th of 2020. And there were 12,253 doses to be accounted for of tramadol 50 milligram. We had a variance of 4 tablets. So the audit, confirms that the behavior had ceased, but obviously there was significant damage done, and and a financial liability, to Bash's, as well as just the general disruption of the pharmacy day by day work schedule.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKinley. Appreciate that statement. As you can see, obviously we were very concerned about the extent of this loss. This is a very large loss in a very extensive time period for which it took for this investigation much longer than we would expect as a board, and much longer than most. Although every investigation is that, it is an investigation, and there are a number of contributing factors. Board members, what questions do you have for Mr. McKinley or Ms. Richardson?
Lori, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm curious, this is a lot of pills. How much money is involved here, and how could this supply continually go there without somebody going, hey, they're using a whole bunch of those pills, and have somebody check on it before it got to this point?
Well,
I mean, it's a lot. Is that not a lot of pills?
In my estimation, it's a lot of pills. Do you want me to speak, or Sharon, did you need to speak?
No, I think that would be for you, Mike.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
McKinley, if you can answer that,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, well, back to the tramadol, for example. The initial 4,551 tablets when submitted to in the 106, the value, the actual cost to Bash's was around $56. The other 6,000 that happened in 17 to 18, 18 to 19, and 19 to 20, then plus the addition when Inspector Richardson and I became co-auditors for about 2 or 3 weeks. Even probably the total expense as reported was a little short of $12,000. So a huge number of pills, not a huge amount of money. The tramadol was also somewhat obscured by the fact that in the meantime, besides the unfortunate shrink, it's a busy pharmacy out there, and they had legitimately dispensed close to 32,000 tramadol legally on prescription. So, and then take that over a 2-3 year period, and because of tramadol's schedule, we did not have it on the perpetual inventory, which also probably obscured it somewhat also.
Mr. McKinley, outside of the cost, to Mr. Minkus's point, this is an extremely large volume. What I guess systems do you have in place for monitoring losses outside of your perpetual inventory? Because it's great that you do a perpetual inventory for C2s. It's not required in Arizona, so that's above and beyond. But there are still obviously items that are not C2s that are of concern for theft and loss. How do you monitor that today?
Previous to this complaint, at corporate, we send out to each pharmacy on a weekly basis. At the end of every week, a controlled substance report, a purchase and dispense report is sent out to each pharmacy for review. And that also comes to the corporate office. So that is was the primary vehicle to gauge it. Unfortunately, in this circumstances, the individual receiving the report, in our estimation, in Bash's estimation, was a responsible party. So if she noticed, she did not react to the discrepancy. And it was a very subtle. I took 3 years of reports of the purchase dispense, and it was slow, methodical. There was no like 5,000 sent in. It was just 3,000 ordered, 2,000 dispensed, 3,200 ordered, 2,500 dispensed. Again, not an excuse, but this was another reason that it passed us by in that report.
So
Lori?
knowing,
Go ahead, Lori.
No, go ahead, Elizabeth.
You're probably just going to say, I was just going to ask, so is this going to prevent, it sounds like this was already in place. Is this going to prevent this from happening again?
Well, here's what, since, like I said, at Store 55 specifically, Anthony Champagne, the new manager, has put a complete emphasis on the on the best practices, our controlled substance inventory best practices. Their pharmacist is now doing the triple count. They're back counting. The tramadol as well as alprazolam has been added to our perpetual inventory. They're trying to order one NDC only for controlled substances when possible. Another thing involved in the complaint that made it possible for Ms. Pitts is the standard policy has been stepped up a notch in enforcement about backpacks, personal parcels, large purses are completely barred from the pharmacy. Another reason that it went so long is that on 5 different occasions, and this goes back to 2018, on 5 different occasions, the technicians went to their immediate supervisor, which is what we have on our policy, and said, Miss Pitts, we found these tablets on the floor and they were identified as tramadol. So if, and we have since changed that now on our best practices and policy, that if there's any unusual activity, controlled substance, or any unprofessional or any concerns, that notify your immediate supervisor, but also you must contact either Director of Pharmacy Mike McKinley or Assistant Director of Pharmacy Don Featherstone. The problem was Ms. Pitts was the judge and the jury in this circumstance.
And that's what I'd like to get some confidence from you, is how are we going to make sure that this doesn't happen again? It seems like you've got some systems in place, but in the event that you have a PIC that's not following through, or a PIC perhaps that, as you just mentioned, is the judge and the jury on a situation, how do we make sure that at all the other BASH's locations that we have across the state of Arizona, that we aren't going to see another 43,000 tablets of a controlled substance walk out the door? What are you doing to ensure compliance from a corporate standpoint? Because speaking for my own company, I know we have audits that go on outside of the store to identify exceptions, those kinds of things, and every company has their own ways of dealing with that. But I'd like to hear some assurances of what you guys are doing now to make sure that if there is something like this where you have a PIC that isn't following through, or a PIC perhaps that is doing something nefarious, that occasionally happens. Not that I'm saying that about Ms. Pitts, because her case is not on discussion right now. But how do we know that this isn't going to continue to be a problem for BASH's?
Well, so we, after this had happened, and again noted the weakness that when it is the pharmacy manager, there is a somewhat of a weak link there. So we went to 2 or 3 of our share groups members. We talked to our loss prevention department. I spoke with 2 or 3 pharmacists. So at this point, and any suggestions would be accepted too, but at this point, we sent out the controlled inventory, controlled substance inventory control best practices was sent out to each and every pharmacy. The entire staff was required to read it, sign off on it, and return it to the corporate office. Loss prevention has created a loss prevention pharmacy audit. It's based basically on your Arizona State Board of Pharmacy inspection reports. A loss prevention auditor will audit each pharmacy at least once annually. The controlled substance annual inventory on May 1st will now require 2 people by accuracy and sign off on it. The purchase dispense report that was sent to each store is now being reviewed at least bi-monthly by myself, Assistant Director Don Featherstone, and Pharmacy Systems Coordinator Todd Gentry. Motion lighting switches are going to be installed in the pharmacy departments. C2 cabinets, lockable cabinets have been ordered. They're scheduled to be installed by October. And loss prevention is sending me a daily open and closing report that I review to see if there's any trends in off-the-clock activity, either before opening or after closing. I typically get those from loss prevention, but there have been some situations when that's not always the case. So that's what we've done so far, or what we are intending to do.
Okay. Other board members, any questions? Kevin, please.
So, Mr. Kinsley, the inventory tracking that has been conducted by Bashers, all these handled electronically or everything is manually hand tracked?
Which inventory? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
The annual inventory, all of these annual inventories for controlled substances are being conducted electronically or manually?
The counts are done manually. The counts are done manually. We have an in-house system. The pharmacist conducting the audit takes the manufacturer's bottle, scans it, and then enters. Then it's manually counted and then submitted online. And then at corporate, the inventory report is created and sent back to the store.
Okay, thank you.
What other questions, board members?
Madam Vice Chair, if I may ask a question. Ms.
Yes,
Khan.
please.
Mr. McKinley, is there a policy you have about taking medication in the bathroom? Is there, whether it's not expired, is there a policy you have in place? Because it seems like Ms. Pitts made a lot of trips to the bathroom with product at hand.
Yes, and it wasn't with Imodium. But anyway, yes. No policies that she broke, rules, including the large personal purse and bag. Also, in addition to 55, sorry to kind of get off the track, but we also installed an additional camera in the area at store 55 that was of concern because of this complaint. So we did another additional security camera. Yes, no pharmacist would, I didn't think, would think of doing that. It was obviously, and it was always done at the end of the day. Tape shows her virtually following the technician. Is it okay to discuss this? Virtually following the technician out the door, and then she would proceed to exhibit this unprofessional behavior. Yes, that was totally against policy. It's also totally against policy for taking medication from the pharmacy without paying for it.
Additional questions, board members?
May I just make one statement? And like I say, two things. One thing is, what I want the board to know is that we do not at Bashas' create an environment that somebody says, let's do it. They're not going to do anything about it. That is not the case. I don't think there's any one member of the pharmacy department that does not understand that if they choose to behave unprofessionally or illegally, that they will be terminated upon detection, and that the regulatory agencies, appropriate ones, will be notified, and if appropriate, criminal charges will definitely be brought forth. So I just want the board to understand that we are not casual about it. I've been with Bashas 25 years. I have no recollection of anybody creating internal theft that remained with the pharmacy department after detection. And then again, and the gentleman made a very, very good point that it is a large quantity of pills, and if taken all at one time, it's staggering almost. I agree that, but in our conversations with our share groups and that, I had the opportunity to speak with the gentleman who was who has been with loss prevention for over 30 years, and he specializes in pharmacy. And he told me, and he said, a determined pharmacist can get around many safeguards for a while, but eventually will get caught, as was the situation in your case. But none of us are impervious to someone resolute to skillfully conceal their diversion. And Miss Pitts skillfully did that for many, many months.
My concern is, how do we prevent this from happening again? And I don't know that I feel confidently that anything you've told me today makes me believe that it won't. I agree. No pharmacy is impervious to theft if somebody wants to steal. My concern is, how did it go on for so long being undetected? I also believe, and Dr. Gandhi, Ms. Dodge, please correct me if I'm wrong, we've also had some other fairly significantly large loss cases from bashes. So I don't know that this is truly a one-off. I'm just concerned that there isn't a solid plan moving forward from preventing this from happening again. I agree. Theft is going to happen, loss is going to happen, but how do we minimize that so that way there isn't danger to the public is the bottom line.
Well, like I said, I mentioned 7 things that we were doing, that we were.
I appreciate that. At this point in time, I think it's time for the board members to discuss. Does anybody have any thoughts on a motion, or do you have additional questions for Mr. McKinley?
I'd say it sounds to me like they have learned some lessons and have put some safeguards in place. I'm not saying that you should consult, but is there something specific we're hoping to hear?
I just don't know that I feel like that there are appropriate systematic items in place that would prevent something like this from happening again. I mean, there have been some remedial actions, but I still personally do still have some concerns.
I think,
but I'm one board member, so.
Mr. McKinley, are there any systems or resources that you feel would help you that are not currently available to you?
I am sure there are some. I am sure there are some systems, technology-wise, which would be an improvement over what Bashes has. I have no doubt of that. Whether it would be feasible that we could institute it, or but traditionally, speaking in behalf of Bashes, we've had pharmacies now for like 26 years. This is the first time I've ever appeared before the board. Have we had losses? Yes. Almost every instance we did identify and corrected the situation. I think if you would look back, we do not have like a reputation as a renegade pharmacy chain. We try to be compliant to the board. We react to the board. If the board has a suggestion, I would certainly take it to management and see if it's a feasible thing. We are a regional chain. We're not a national footprint here. When we hire, we verify the license. We have background checks. We have drug tests. We do all those things. Like I said,
I guess for me, Ms. Walmsley, I was wondering if you were trying to intimate that they use an outside consultant of some sort.
No.
May I make some recommendations?
Yes, please, Mo.
Mr. McKinley, you mentioned that you have a report that you're on, and you said, with tramadol, there was 3,500 ordered, and then there was 2,500 prescribed, and so there was kind of 1,000 in there that you couldn't figure out exactly what happened, but it was, given the volume of tramadol used, it didn't register. What is the threshold on these reports? At what point, with what number of tablets would you get concerned and send somebody audit?
Well, I cannot tell you what the threshold is. There is a threshold that exists, and when the dispense purchasing report, when a product reaches that threshold, the store is highlighted and the product is highlighted, and the threshold, this dispensing is for about 40 or 50 controlled substances, C2, C3, C4s. And so once they are highlighted, that's where now we've instituted, the three of us doing it on at least a bi-monthly basis. It's been weekly here for most recently. So we take a week and then we compare it to the next week. And so if it was on, because sometimes, if a medication is ordered in thousands, you may have been dispensing 300 a week, and after the third week you dispense 300, but you ordered 1,000. Well, then you're going to have a $700 variant, a 700 tablet variance, because you only dispense 300 and you ordered 1,000. Are you crazy? So we try to go week by week and see that if there is a trend, and then if it continues for more than a 4-week period, then we either do a demand or we call. Now, just this last week, we had one where all of a sudden, and when it was tramadol, all of a sudden the pharmacy that had been dispensing a modest amount ordered 3,000. So we went to that pharmacy, and it was an error. It was somebody went to order 3 by 100. They ordered 3 by 1,000. We followed the report. The next week, the credit went through, and and it went back under the variance that you would expect. So.
I guess that's all I want is I wanted somebody to make sure this went on for a couple of years. But if somebody is really looking at these thresholds, setting some serious thresholds, the minute you notice a couple of months in a row or a couple of audits, a couple of reports in a row, that something is off, somebody needs to go in and check it out. And that's the only way you can really keep an eye on your picks, because otherwise you're at their mercy. And so my recommendation to you is watch these reports closer, lower the thresholds a little bit, and whoever is in charge of auditing needs to be a little bit more active.
Thank you, sir. I totally agree with you. That's why we went from, that's why we have 3 of us now doing it on a bi-monthly basis, twice a month basis, so that we can have a better feel, for each store and their purchasing trends, And the other report works well for the conscientious, honest pick, but as you said, we are at their mercy, and I understand that.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Vice Chair, may I ask a question? So, Mr. McKinley, given the fact that you guys do have a detecting mechanism in place, but we all agree that Bashers is having a very weak safeguards. So, and there's a huge delay in terms of detecting the loss of the tramadol tablets. Had Sharon, our compliance officer, didn't bring this up, this problem will continue to happen. So if I may have the motion that I have to share with the board members is perhaps consider $1,000 fine for failure to detect the unauthorized loss of the controlled substances. And then we do recommend that Bashers needs to consider investing in some technology to help you better manage narcotic substances inventory.
What was the last thing you said? You said $1,000 fine.
$1,000 fine for failure to detect the unauthorized loss of controlled substances. And my advice to bashers is to consider investing in modern technology to help them better manage the inventory of controlled substances. I mean, we're missing a large quantity of controlled substances here. I think $1,000, that is a lenient amount.
The time period is the bigger concern to me than the volume, just because I think there should have been lots and lots of opportunities to catch it. I'm glad to hear that I feel a little bit more confident in some of the auditing practices that they put in place now that Mr. McKinley explained it a little bit better after Mr. Solari's question. I don't know that I think we have to do a fine. I do think either that or a disciplinary letter of concern would be warranted, one or the other, just for discussion.
I definitely think we want to have something on record, whether it's a non-disciplinary or a disciplinary letter of concern or a civil penalty. But I do think we want to have something on record.
Yeah, I think the volume does warrant what Kevin is suggesting.
43,000 tablets or capsules. That's
it's a lot.
Amount.
Yeah.
I think the time frame, I mean, if I lost $5 a day, and I'm just using those numbers, I think in a very short period of time, I'd want to figure out what's going on quickly. Exactly. My concern would be, you know, I noticed when I was reading, when they tried to look at the video surveillance, it seemed very difficult. I'm wondering about their technology, if their video technology is up to date, because that's definitely a way to, you know, try to stop someone from stealing. Because if they know they're being watched, I don't know. Can you answer that, Mr. McKinley?
I have no information on our loss prevention system. I know they are very competent, and then when something has been detected, we have been 100% able to correct the situation. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at what level it is. I can address that. Certainly can address that with loss prevention.
Ms. Walmsley, may I make a comment on that?
Yes, Ms. Richardson.
Their surveillance was actually very good once they were able to download it, and we got that. And I don't know if we have that available for the board to review at some point when we move into looking at the case, the complaint against Ms. Pitts. But their video surveillance actually went back, I want to say, a year. I mean, which is a really long period of time that we were able to view. And it was very clear. They had multiple angles, and we could very clearly see all of her actions. So I would say that their video surveillance was probably better than most, and the length of time that they retained it was great. And I will also say that their loss prevention officer, so once, you know, there was a big delay in getting them to investigate, but once they investigated, their loss prevention officer did a very thorough job. I didn't really have to summarize anything about their surveillance. I simply included their loss prevention person's report in my packet for you, because they took each significant piece of video, date, time, and described every single thing that was on that video and outlined it for us. And it was great. So they do a really good job on that piece.
So we had a motion. Mr. Dang, was that your motion?
Yes, that was my motion.
Can you repeat your motion?
To impose a $1,000 fine. I would recommend that we would impose a $1,000 fine for failure to detect the unauthorized loss of controlled substances.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Mr. Dang, a second by Ms. Snare. Any further discussion?
And sorry, I lost Wi-Fi there for a minute. I apologize.
Do you need a motion, Ms. Lochnacar?
No, I heard it, so thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Mr. Dang, failure to control inventory as well, or is that part of what you were stating?
Failure to control inventory too.
So our ARS 321901.01, failure to maintain effective controls against diversion.
Yes.
What's the time frame on that payment?
Within 90 days.
Amended second.
I have one more question for Mr. McKinley, if I might.
Yes, please.
Mr. McKinley, do you know offhand the controlled substances, does Bash's act as its own wholesaler, or do you acquire those through McKesson or Amerisource or one of the outside wholesalers?
95% of all our purchases come from our prime vendor. We belong to a buying group, so it's 95% come from the prime vendor, which is McKesson. We do have a warehouse at the distribution center, a very small one. We do carry 3, 4s, and 5s. We do not carry C2s at our warehouse.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Yes,
President,
sir.
Yes, Mr. Tom.
Mr. McKinley, is there a complaint pending against the pharmacist that was in charge or overseeing your inventory at the time?
Ms. Dodge, do you want to take that?
That is the next item, 26B, and we will address that next.
I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought, okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, we take the vote.
I got it. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Nay.
Mr. Leba is recused, Mr. Blair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Lochnacar,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you for your time, Mr. McKinley. The board staff will be in contact with you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Direction from staff, I believe, item number 26B, case 20-0045-2. I believe that is vacated. Can we
Yes.
get an update on that?
Yes, that agenda item is being removed as the pharmacist PIC, Jamie Pitts, has surrendered and voluntarily surrendered her license through a consent agreement. And that was
Yep.
approved by the board earlier today.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys. Great discussion. Let's take a break and reconvene in 10 minutes, and we'll pick up with 26C 20-0082. We have 3 conferences total left, but you never know how long they take.
Rob, are we good to go, buddy? Okay. President got the thumbs up from Mr. Rob.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Dr. Gandhi, will you please do a roll call?
Certainly. Mr. Solari,
At your service.
Mr. Dang,
At your service.
Mr. Minkus. Okay, we'll go back to him. Mr. Lebo.
Here.
Mr. Blair.
At your service.
Ms. Walmsley.
Here.
Mr. Tong.
Present.
Ms. Aknakar.
Here.
Ms. Snare.
Here.
And Mr. Minkus again. There's Mr. Minkus.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. All present.
Okay, thank you. 26C 20-0082. Ms. Walmsley is recused. See, we have quite a few representatives here, and Mr. Haber, if you mind giving a quick summary.
Certainly. Good afternoon. Complaint 20-0082. On February 19th, 2020, the board received a Form 106 from the PIC of Walgreens, store number 3789, reporting losses of Oxy, 5-IR, and various other strengths of dextroamphetamine, amphetamine combination tablets due to possible or suspected theft. About a week later, another 106 was received by the board to correct typos on the earlier Form 106 for the dextroamphetamine 30 milligram tablets. A complaint was opened at that time to investigate the losses. Compliance officer Hess visited the store the next day to begin the investigation. And on February 27th of 2020, the PIC responded to the complaint, providing detail concerning the reported CS losses. There was a follow-up response provided by the PIC about 2 months later, answering some questions that were posed by the compliance officers. Based upon inventory counts obtained by Officer Hess during the February 26th visit, I performed a controlled substance reconciliation audit for a larger time period, going back to the audit or the controlled substance inventories conducted by the permit holder pharmacy on 6/9/2017 through February 26th of 2020. We conducted 2 audits. Audit number 1, and that's detailed on charts on page 4042 in your handouts. Audit number 1 was based entirely on data obtained from Walgreens or at Walgreens when we visited. Audit number 2 was, we used the same data set as audit number 1. However, we took the purchase history data that Walgreens provided, and we obtained data directly from the 2 wholesalers for the permitted pharmacy in place of the invoices that we saw when we were in the store. Variances were found anywhere between minus 0.65 to plus 1.6% in the purchase data between the Walgreens and the wholesalers. And 5 of the 9 audited controlled substances, additional unreported controlled substances, losses over the 32-month timeframe that we audited were also found. There were 3 based upon the results of audit set number 1 and 8 off of audit set number 2. In other words, those 2 audit sets took into account all the 106s that the permit holder filed with the DEA and with the board, and even accounting for those 106s for losses going back those 32 months. There were 3 more based upon the reconciliations we conducted on the audit set number 1 data, and data set number 2, there were 8.
One moment, I can unmute you.
Okay, Dr. Gandhi and Dr. Dodge, can you help me identify who's here representing in this case? I'm not quite sure.
Yes, so Mike Simcoe and Susan Trujillo represent Walgreens, and Mark Bozen represents the pharmacist.
Okay, so we've had the opening summary by Mr. Haber. Would the participants here like to make a statement before we move forward as well?
Yes, please. And thank you, Mr. President and board members. I'm Susan Trujillo. As Ms. Dodge said, I'm here representing Walgreens. We also have Mike Simcoe and Jalpa Patel Carr and Mike Lisi here representing Walgreens. So to the extent that their microphones can be unmuted so they can participate, that would be appreciated. And as Ms. Dodge said, Mark Bozen is here representing Scott Ward, and he'll have a statement in a moment or two. In terms of the Walgreens pharmacy, the safety and security of controlled substances is of paramount importance to Walgreens as a company and also for this pharmacy. As you'll hear from Scott Ward and Mike Lisi, Walgreens conducted an in-depth investigation of these losses to attempt to determine the cause. Scott's going to describe the number of steps that have been taken to prevent future losses, including perpetual inventories of C2s, twice daily counts of controlled substances, and retraining for staff on inventory processes and asset protection. Speaking on the pharmacy's behalf, the losses that precipitated this matter were discovered in February when Scott performed an audit of the C2 inventory as part of an annual Walgreens inventory. Finding some anomalies, he opened a DEA 106 and began an in-depth investigation. Scott worked with Mike Lisi and the RX Integrity team to investigate his findings and attempt to identify the source of the losses. But unfortunately, the reasons behind this loss were never identified. So to provide some additional information on the investigation into those losses, Mike Lisi from Asset Protection will provide a brief overview of that investigation. And then Scott will speak to his role in that investigation and any further actions that have been taken at the pharmacy since then. So if Mike Lisi's mic could be unmuted, that would be great. Then he can speak to the investigation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lisi, would you state your name for the record?
Sorry, my earbuds weren't working. It's Michael Lisi III.
Okay, thank you. Would you like go ahead and feel free to make a statement on the investigation if you'd like?
Yes, Mr. President. So on the 13th of February 2020, I was informed by RXM Scott Ward regarding shortages that he had identified based on his getting ready for the store inventory, the pharmacy inventory. And had started a 106 form on the 5 drugs listed in the report. I then ran 52-week reports and showed nothing to offset those shortages. They had increased a little bit. I got my investigation started. I spoke with Ward and made sure that he understood that we needed to start daily counts using a particular function that really gives us a comprehensive view and understanding of what time and when the drug is counted, regardless if there's a variance or not. We also started the process in looking back to identify on video as well as dispensing. I mean, it's a rather large time frame to understand maybe when the loss may have occurred, but our video system really only gives us about a 30-day view with that time of year with the holidays, with the cameras being hybrid and overlapping the video. So we weren't able to identify the source of the loss tied to that original 106 form. On the 19th, I was informed by Scott Ward that they did have a 27-unit shortage on the amphetamine 30 milligram. I initiated another request to our analytics team to further understand that dispensing history and review video tied to the counts that were being conducted to try and pinpoint and understand who was responsible for that loss. We were unable to determine that from that review. And since then, there has been daily counts that have been conducted every day until present with those drugs in question. There have been no variances on any of those drugs in question. And that's pretty much where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Lisi. Mr. Bozen and Mr. Ward, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, please. Mark Bozen, counsel for Scott Ward. Scott has a brief statement he'd like to read.
Hello, my name is Scott Ward. First, I'd like to say, whenever I took over this pharmacy, it was July the 5th, 2019, so I took over PIC. As far as the going into the instances of this, on February 13th, the initial losses were discovered while analyzing the results of an audit that was performed for the store's annual physical inventory. In an effort to be transparent and as compliant as possible, I opened the first of 2 DEA 106 forms to report those losses. After the investigation started, I noticed a second loss on February the 19th. I was extremely concerned with both of these losses, so I reached out to my Walgreens management and to Asset Protection from day one to help me investigate the losses. Myself, Mike Lisi with Asset Protection, and the RX Integrity team investigated these losses, and we were never able to find a root cause for either one of them. Since that first reported loss, I continued double counting all prescriptions for controlled prescriptions at the time of filling them, and we continued conducting random counts on drugs. However, after that point, I did redouble my efforts to prevent any further losses by starting daily counts on the medications in question. Because our store is a 24-hour store, I did decide to double count the drugs twice daily versus once daily, just to become more diligent. I also talked to my other pharmacists to ensure that no C2s were left outside of the C2 cabinet for prolonged periods of time. And then we also started back counting all of our prescription C2 stock bottles. After we dispensed them, we'd back count them and write the quantity on the bottle itself as a second check to make sure we had what was supposed to be left in the bottle. And then we also started a perpetual inventory log tracking all the movements of all the C2s in and out of the pharmacy. Since February, I've completed one full controlled substance inventory, including exact counts on all C2s through C5s. We completed our normal annual controlled substance inventory, 2 full C2 inventories prior to the perpetual log, and several reconciliations, which consisted of full C2 counts after the perpetual log had started. Additionally, I also included the alprazolam 1 milligram, the alprazolam 2 milligram, and the promethazine with codeine into the perpetual log so that we could keep a closer eye on those drugs as well, since those were pointed out by Compliance Officer Steve Hyber. On a personal note, I've been a pharmacy manager for Walgreens for the past 11 years without incidents. But even with this experience, I recognize that there's always room for growth and development. So I took it upon myself to educate myself further on controlled substance diversion through doing CE. Since these losses, I've completed an extra 7.5 hours of CE that were focused on this subject. And I did find a useful tool within the CE that I've implemented into the pharmacy to help track trends of losses. Going forward, I also recognize that extra training, it must be inclusive of the whole pharmacy staff, not just myself. So I started having one-on-one training sessions with each of my pharmacy staff, from my pharmacists down to my technicians, to include the following topics. I'm retraining them on company policies, procedures, and best practices for receiving drug orders, how to go into our system to verify that a drug order has in fact been posted correctly into the system, how to use invoices on the controlled substances as a secondary check to make sure that we got what we were supposed to get in. Retrain on the asset protections, policies, and procedures on how to report drug losses. And I'm also going over them with the open door environment policy that Walgreens has in place. So in case they witness other team members causing any kind of diversion, they have a safe place to go to report that. More than anyone else, I really don't want any other losses at this pharmacy to occur while I'm the pharmacist in charge. And if it pleases the board, I'd like to describe the steps I'm taking forward to prevent any kind of further losses. I am going to continue the retraining of the employees and continue the perpetual log as I had mentioned. Plus, I'm going to continue the controlled substance loss log. That's the log I learned about from the CE as a means of tracking potential losses. Even if the losses are nominal, such as broken tablets or accidental dropping tablets on the floor, anything that goes to our reverse distributor Stericycle. I'm going to be reconciling all C2 drugs on a monthly basis. And I am also going to do the annual controlled inventory twice a year versus once a year. Thank you for your opportunity to let me speak.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate that. There's several other respondents here too. Does anybody else, before I turn it over to the board for questions or comments, does anybody else want to make a statement? Okay, all right, thank you. Board members?
So there was nothing that showed up on video that would have given any indication or given you any kind of a hint as to what was going on?
No, there wasn't.
Okay, and how many cameras are in the prescription department of the store?
There's 12 cameras in the prescription department.
Okay, and as I recall, I used to work at that store. That was my, I actually opened that store. But that's one of the few Walgreens prescription departments that has a bathroom, if I'm not mistaken. Are there cameras that watch who's going into the bathroom?
There's cameras along the back end of the drive-through. There's fill counter cameras, a few cameras on the aisles, so that would provide visibility to understand who's going into the restroom. We rely on our leadership, our pharmacists, to report any suspicious behavior when it comes to that type of activity.
Okay, and how many staff members are working there? I know you have 2 overnight pharmacists that alternate weeks, and how many staff pharmacists besides yourself, Mr. Ward?
Including myself, there are 5 pharmacists, 2 interns, and 11 technicians.
Okay, that's a lot more people than I ever had. Are your staff pharmacists, are they there on a regular basis, or do you get a lot of floaters?
I do get floaters. My staff pharmacists, we don't have enough staff pharmacists with the 5 of us to cover all the shifts. So there are a couple shifts each week that are floater shifts. So we do have floaters come through there, yes.
Okay, and do you have any interaction with the floaters in terms of training them on the systems that you're putting in place, or who does that fall to?
3 of the 4 days I currently have floaters. Well, 3 of the 5 days I have floaters every 2 weeks. Those are shifts that follow mine. So I do have direct interaction with 3 of those as far as training them on the perpetual log, how to enter them, what we are doing special at this Walgreens versus any other store, as far as tracking purposes. So those I do have direct interaction with. The other shifts are mid shifts, so my staff pharmacists are on both ends of that other pharmacist that's floating through. So both my staff pharmacists are available for that training.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leyba, I have a question. I don't recall, thank you. I don't recall hearing you say you did drug testing or interviews with staff. Can you refresh my memory on that? Did loss prevention do interviewing of staff members just to see if they can get any information about where these might have gone? And did random drug screening happen?
Mike Lisi, can you speak to the?
Yes. So the interview piece too, I mean, definitely talking with Mr. Ward, you know, anything unusual as far as appearance, behavior, frequent restroom breaks, going to the break room, stuff like that. But I mean, with the initial shortages and then the 27 units, really trying to tie it all together and understand there wasn't any like commonalities or anything that was provided that stood out. as far as interviewing, 20, 25 plus employees when it came to the initial 106 form and then the 27 units. So again, there hasn't been any shortages since then. And then as far as random, drug testing, that's something that Walgreens does. But I mean, just cherry picking pharmacy employees off and doing, drug tests, that's not something that we can facilitate. And I mean, I could allow Susan or Mike Simcoe to speak to that further too.
Mr. Leyba,
Yes.
can I just ask a brief question? So do you think this could be attributable to any sort of floater pharmacist or technician going through the pharmacy?
Absolutely. It could be attributed to a floater technician, an error that was made. Yeah, that could definitely come into play. Those are all things that we consider too, and trying to follow, if there's any other pharmacies that a floater has worked at, and is there any shortages at those pharmacies as well, trying to piece it together with any commonalities.
So I have a question for you. What was the final losses turned in on 106s? I know we have the audit, and the audit is confusing in itself because there could be record keeping issues in there, and that's what's confusing. What was the actual 106s that the permit turned in as losses?
Mr. President, they're documented on page 1 of the summary.
So I heard that there was one initial 106 for 27. Is that what you said, Mr. Lisi?
I'm sorry, Joe. On the original 106, what I have on the Oxy 5 milligram is 103 units. The dextroamphetamine 15 milligram, 202 units. The dextro 10 milligram, 91 units. And the dextro 20 milligram, 236 units. And the 30 milligram, 230 units.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ward, what is your opinion of the losses? I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on that.
As far as where the losses maybe have gone, or?
Yeah, what is your opinion? So you've done all the training, you've done the investigation. Where is your mind at with these? Are you feeling that there is a physical loss in the pharmacy or something else?
At this time, I haven't been able to, I don't really have a thought on where the loss went to. I don't have any suspicion of any of my employees. None of them have shown any kind of behaviors that would make me raise a suspicion to them. I haven't found any bottles in wrong places or anything like that. Honestly, everything seems to be in order other than these tablets missing. I haven't found anything that's really kind of pointed me in any direction whatsoever, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haber, having said that, on page 4042, so we have a audit of chart 1 and we have an audit of chart 2. Is there a discrepancy in the amount of data that you had? So record keeping data at the time of the first audit that you didn't have enough of it, and then more surfaced when you actually just looked at what was actually invoiced and dispensed? Or what is, in your opinion, is it record keeping? Is it more than record keeping?
Well, we have the additional unreported losses. There's 1, 2, 3 based upon the time frame of 6/9/17 to 2/26/20, utilizing all Walgreens provided data. That's Walgreens purchase history, as well as all the other categories that we utilize in doing an audit reconciliation. If we utilize the wholesaler provided data in lieu of the Walgreens purchase data, then we end up with some additional unreported controlled substance losses. Now, bear in mind, these losses stretch back all the way to 6/9/17, over and above the ones that were reported on the 106s that generated this complaint. So I don't believe the data that we were provided is faulty. I think there is some questionability as to why there's a difference between the two data sets in respect to purchase history, but it's not hugely significant. And some of it could be related to when the orders were actually received into the system. Sometimes when orders come in on Friday, they may not get received until Monday. So that could, and depending upon how that falls in respect to when the counts are performed, that could cause some of this variation that we're observing.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, how long has it been since you have not had a loss?
It's a regular practice of mine to follow any kind of negative adjustments and follow up on those. The previous loss to this was due to a robbery in December for promethazine with codeine. That one is explained, and there is a 106 on file for that. Previous to that, I don't have any negative adjustments that I had follow up on that came up as something I couldn't explain. So I don't have anything going back to July, at least, of July 5th when I took over the pharmacy.
Okay. And then last question for me, can you tell me a little bit more about the tool that you said through your education of CE you've implemented in the pharmacy?
Yes, because of the investigation showed several numbers of drugs that could have gone missing over the course of 3 years. I realized that trends, negative loss trends would be important to track. I currently was only tracking whenever I saw a loss, I would investigate that loss at that point. I wasn't really tracking the trends to that extent. So the log that I started was a controlled substance loss log where I can track anytime we ever adjust any C2s whatsoever for any reason. So I have a sheet of paper for each drug. I have a date that I write down how many tablets, either positive or negative variants, and the explanation of why there is a positive or negative variance on those. That way in the future, I can track any kind of trends in our inventory.
Okay. Board members?
Mr. President, if I may ask a question. Mr. Lisi, how many cameras are actually inside the pharmacy?
I originally stated 12. I apologize. There are 8 cameras back in the pharmacy.
They are actually inside the pharmacy and operational?
Yes. And they're IP hybrid cameras.
From the response from the permit holder, could you comment on what you're doing besides what we've heard here from Mr. Ward on preventing additional discrepancies or additional 106s?
And that's in addition to the information that Mr. Ward has provided?
Yeah, so is Mr. Ward, I know he's got his own tool that he's implemented. Is there something else that you guys are doing to prevent additional shortages that has not been discussed?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Ward gave a kind of a comprehensive review of all of the steps that he's taking in concert with Walgreens to prevent future losses. If I'd invite Mr. Simcoe or Mr. Lisi to speak if there's anything that they feel that Mr. Ward missed. But the steps that he's taking in conjunction with Walgreens leadership and with their approval.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
But just to pause for a moment, is there anything else, Mike Lisi or Mike Simcoe, that you would want to add there?
I think just to build on further, and this is an expectation that Mr. Ward Scott would be doing, is the RX exception reports. Those are weekly reports from our perpetual inventory system that generate based on out of stocks, partial fills, adjustments in general. So the role as the PIC is to follow through with those and investigate and understand the root cause. We also have exception reports that flag on our dashboard, along with another expectation from a PIC or a pharmacy team is doing a bin reconciliation. So that was just something that we also included along with receiving and making sure that we're posting Our invoice is timely and there's nothing that's hanging out there that's going to cause noise, and exceptions on our reports as well.
Hi, it's Mike Simcoe. I think Scott in his statement gave you a pretty good overview of a combination of Walgreens corporate systems and programmatic systems we have in place, in addition to practices by him. And Jalpa maybe can follow me and just talk about on the supervision side, but there's a host of Walgreens company-wide programmatic systems to monitor inventory, list on-hand balances, show exceptions, show negative adjustments being made, that gives Scott or all our pharmacists in charge an insight into what's happening in the pharmacy. This is a very high volume, 24-hour location. There's been pick changes there. There's been staffing changes there. There's been what you call traveling pharmacists and technicians or floaters that have come in and out. And I know that between Michael Lisi and Scott and Jalpa have done an exhaustive, extensive search into trying to find the root cause of this problem. And, you know, it's not a matter of dollars. It's a matter of, we don't want diversion. We don't want theft. We don't want our drugs that we're in charge of, that are entrusted to us, getting out on the street to anyone else. We take it extremely seriously, and we'll go to any exhaustive measure we can to determine the cause. And we're frustrated that we weren't able to identify if it was a thief or theft of the pharmacy, that we weren't able to identify that. But I think Scott also in his summary gave a pretty good indication of a very well laid out, intricate plan that we are going to implement in this pharmacy with the help of supervision, with the help of asset protection, in order to maintain the integrity of the inventory and maintain a prevention of losses. He has at his disposal our systems, and he also has at his disposal our corporate integrity team that's aware of this location, and we will be keeping eye on it and to assist him and support him going forward so that he can implement these various plans. In addition to that, our asset protection procedures that he's retraining pharmacy staff and the rest of the store staff, that we have strict policies regarding personal items in the pharmacy. So not that that's happened, but it's going to be a complete comprehensive top to bottom review of all our policies that aid us into protecting the integrity of our inventory.
Thank you. Board members? So when I look at it, I do see reaction. I see that there's been a concerted effort to investigate. Where I get a little bit confused on is the purchasing data differences, the record keeping data differences, and how much of it is record keeping and how much of it is a physical loss. And I think that's hard to divide the two. This is over a 3-year period of time, if I'm correct, Mr. Haber. Is that right?
2.5 years approximately, yes.
Okay, 2.5 period of time. There differences in this case, board members, is that there has not been an individual that has been named as the culprit, so to speak. But we do have a pharmacy manager. And Mr. Ward, repeat your education that you've done, please.
I'm sorry, sir, you mean repeat what exactly?
You took some preventative measures in education. Say that one more time for me.
Yes, I've completed 7.5 hours of as far as controlled substance diversion.
And you've increased your annual inventory to biannual, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So
And he does
not,
twice daily counts on the controlled substances too.
okay, thank you. Having said that, board members, I'm leaning towards there's been effort there. Sometimes this is something that happens. I don't feel like there's a failure to react. There's a failure to figure out what's going on, and sometimes that does happen. I would be in favor of something on record for record keeping or a control of inventory. But I don't think we're at the point, in my opinion, where discipline should be issued to Mr. Ward, as he is. You can see the effort that he has in place right now, and that is my opinion. So I will open it up to the board members to comment on that.
I agree.
I agree too. The only thing that concerns me is they don't really know why. So maybe rechecking in 6 months and seeing if they're still having these losses. That would be my only feedback.
Sure, and I understand that as well. And so he's got the biannual going on. And then if there is any 106, that there are certain rules and regulations that they have to abide by, that the board will be notified of any loss as well. So if it continues, they will notice that.
So Joe, you're saying a letter of concern to the?
I'm saying a non-disciplinary letter of concern for inventory control. And the reason why I'm not being more severe on that is because I see effort to try to figure this out. Yet it's happening, and I think for the residents of Arizona, something, as stated previously in our meetings, should be on record.
And was that to the permit holder or PIC? Sorry.
It's to the permit holder, but I'm not making a motion. I'm putting it out there for discussion.
So, Mr. President, this is Kevin. Just referencing back to the previous case that it was associated with bashers. In my opinion, bashers did exhaust their effort in terms of rectifying the diversion that had happened. So, having said that, a non-disciplinary letter would not be consistent with what we had done with bashers.
Mr. Dang.
I'm going to be unable to comment on that. So, and then Vice Chair is recused as well because I was recused on the previous Mr. Dang. Ms. Snare, would you like to guide that discussion?
Yeah, I don't see them as being the same, even really that similar. In that case, there was a large amount of identified theft, and I just don't think these equate. I just don't think they're similar enough. That was theft that went on for quite some time, and it wasn't controlled. So I don't see them to be the same.
I just want to understand the numbers. Are we talking about, Mr. Haber, maybe you can answer, are we talking about like 25 pills a month? Is that, I'm averaging it. Is that about right?
That would only be if this diversion was, someone was just basically grazing a small amount every month. You know, if you take a look at what they reported and then what we did, we went back further. What the reason for going back further was the similar reason why the compliance officer at the previous conference went back several time frames, was to make sure there wasn't a larger undetected diversion. And based upon what we found, it's a more recent event with maybe some smaller losses prior to the ones that they reported. So we don't believe we have a large diversion here like we did in the other case, but we do have some questions around record keeping in respect to why the purchase histories between what the wholesaler delivers and what the pharmacy says they received do not match. That's a bigger question that might take more time to answer.
And I guess that's it. So we don't even know if there was a diversion.
Well, we do. If we look at both data sets, and if you look at audit number 2, across the board, with the exception of one drug, amphetamine salts 10, everything has a small variance to the negative. So those are all additional unreported losses over and above the 106s, which were incorporated into the 2 audits that we did. the data set from the permittee shows less losses. In fact, they show overages, which I believe would hide a small diversion. So you wouldn't necessarily, and that may be why these losses haven't been reported, is because the data set that they're working off of at Walgreens may not provide them with the visibility that we got by going back to the wholesaler.
And then once again, that would be my concern, is that we don't know what's really going on. So that's why I kind of stated maybe we need to relook at this in a little bit, but that's my feedback.
I'm ready to make a motion. I would motion for a letter of concern to the permit holder.
Okay, I have a motion. Any other discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Before we vote,
Aye.
Mr.
Yes.
Leba, just to announce my recusal again, I'm recused on this item because Walgreens is my employer.
Thank you.
And this is letter of concern, Ms. Nair, relates to the failure to control inventory.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, it was mentioned in this case, and I want to go back on record. I was recused from 26A because I did have a previous work relationship with the individual that was named in the complaint. Just want to be on record on that as well. Board staff, we have F for tomorrow, if I'm correct. All right. Any other items of business needed to go over today? Dr. Dodge, Dr. Gandhi?
I think we can address the deputy director's report and the CSPMP director report today and get that out of the way.
Okay. We'll do 31C, the CSPMP report.
Well, Elizabeth's is pretty quick, I think.
Oh, good. Do Elizabeth. You want to do?
Mine will be quick.
Okay. It doesn't matter to me which one we do. 31B.
Ms. Galvin,
Okay.
you're saying something? I'm sorry.
I'm just double checking. We did 26B, correct?
26B was pulled off the agenda because they voluntarily surrendered their
Okay.
license.
All right. Thank you.
One
we
point
still-
of question, 14C, did we ever hear back from them?
No, we did not. So we
can
need
get
to
a motion to
address
table.
that.
Yeah, if we can get a motion to table. And
Yes, I'll make a motion to table item 14C for, what was it, preferred? Is that right?
Yep.
Second, Kevin.
Okay. Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second by Mr. Dang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
all yours, Elizabeth.
All right. So you can see the compliance activity on, I think it's page 4830. Sandy compiles this. Steve made her a fancy chart and for all the COs to use. So it's a little bit of a smoother process. So she compiles this and kind of monitors and watches it. But this is a big or a small glance as to what their activity was from May 31st through August 1st. The top violations that were seen by the COs were controlled substance audit, allergies, medical conditions, and controlled substance record keeping. And this document would be provided from you to you from Sandy going forward. The last thing that I wanted to make sure that people knew out in the community, especially in pharmacies, that we've had a lot of phone calls. I think a lot of people think that because a lot of things have reopened, that the state of emergency might still exist, but maybe those executive orders don't apply, and they still do. So the state of emergency is still in effect, and the COVID changes that we made are still effective. And that was it for me.
That was brief.
Yeah.
And I think just to add on to that, I think if the state of emergency was lifted by the state of Arizona, since there's couple of executive orders and a couple of processes through DHS that have been waived. I think we would do a mass mailer to notify everybody that, because it is a big to-do, so that everybody's on the same page.
Okay. Thank
I
you
think-
for the report.
There's Doug.
Okay. 31C.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the time to talk to the board. I wanted to give a quick update of on August 12th, the CSPMP task force came here to discuss possible improvements to the CSPMP database, as well as ideas to increase use of the PMP. So our task force meeting was attended by representatives of ADHS, pain specialists, law enforcement, professional associations, access, and licensing boards. The topics we discussed included our clinical alerts that are now being sent to users of the PMP. Number two, we discussed the need to increase the usage of the CSPMP. We talked about the integration efforts that we've had going on, potential technical enhancements, and then maybe like a future wish list that maybe we would come up with. So just kind of recapping what we discussed with the clinical alert piece. In mid-April, the CSPMP enabled 2 clinical alerts that are directly pushed to healthcare providers. These alerts include those 2 alerts. The first one is an opioid benzo combination. And this alert is generated when a patient has overlapping active prescriptions for both an opioid and a benzodiazepine. The second clinical alert that we already have out is the prescriber pharmacy threshold. And right now, we've set that threshold at if a patient has received controlled substance prescriptions from 5 or more prescribers and 5 or more pharmacies, and had those filled within 90 days. So from the task force standpoint, we wanted to discuss a third potential alert that we'd like to turn on, and it is an MME threshold alert. So MME standing for morphine milliequivalents. So our discussion around what would be the most acceptable threshold for us to set in order for that alert to be pushed out. So the task force, the law right now says that unless you're a pain specialist, you're not going to write for over 90 MMEs, or you would at least have to consult with the pain specialist first. So, there was discussion that maybe 90 MMEs is the perfect number to set as the threshold. But we also discussed that we don't want alert fatigue for the pain community. So they're the only ones in general that are writing for over 90 MMEs. And if every patient that they have is at around that 90 and inundated by alerts. So we want to keep the alert meaningful, yet we want we don't want the prescribers to be overwhelmed with every patient potentially being in that 90 MME category. So the task force asked me to see if the vendor could potentially come up with one for the pain specialists and one for the rest of the prescribing community. So I'm in the process of doing that, investigating with the vendor if it's possible and what the cost would be. So I'll pause there. Do you guys have any questions alerts, and if not, I'll move on to the discussion that we had about mandatory use of the PMP. I'll take that as move along, so I'll do that. So we know the ARS 362606 tells us that there's mandatory use of the PMP for both pharmacists and for prescribers. So the discussion was about how do we increase use of the PMP? We know that there's statutes saying it must be used, yet we know the data suggests it's not being used quite as well as we'd hope for it to be. So I informed the task force that the administrators of the CSPMP can mine the database, see which prescribers wrote for a significant amount of prescriptions the previous month, and look for those that maybe had zero patient queries when they had a high amount of prescriptions being written. So the task force asked the prescribing licenses boards to help us identify, like, at what threshold would they want to know about that information. And through the conversation, we learned that before the boards would really want to be fed that information, they'd like to see a pattern of behavior, preferably over 3 months. The boards would like to see, they'd like to see CSPMP to make them aware of prescribers writing for high quantities of prescriptions and not querying the database. So, you know, that's kind of what they're asking of me, and we will work on doing that, again, over 3 months. The task force also made a suggestion that maybe the CSPMP staff could send out warnings, hopefully to change the behavior of prescribers not using the PMP. The third thing we discussed was just, I gave an update of our integration efforts. And again, I tell you guys this every meeting, but that is what we are most proud of. If we rewind 5 years ago, the complaint was always the same. As the CSPMP is hard to use, it logs me out. I have to change my password so often. And I provided the task force with an update. And right now, as we entered August, there were 23,302 prescribers that have the ability to pull a PMP report by using their EHR, meaning they're integrated. I always give you an update on the pharmacies too, and 6 chain pharmacies, so they're organizations, and 17 hospital and clinic pharmacies are integrated at this point. Again, all that really is saying is we're making it as easy to use as possible. And then when we talked about potential technical enhancements, we talked really about 2 things. There is NARCS Care, and we've talked about that before. NARCS Care, it's a pricey investment. It comes with a $470,000 bill annually. And what it really does is it produces predictive risk scores for patients and gives red flags and data visualizations that help healthcare practitioners put their eyes on potential risky patients. The NARCS Care platform utilizes the PMP by using algorithms that analyzes the data to assess that potential risk for an unintentional overdose. The second enhancement that's out there by the vendor, it's referred to as OpenBeds. What OpenBeds does is it's a cloud-based platform that allows entities to coordinate all behavioral health treatment and support resources in a single network. So it facilitates rapid digital referrals and fosters collaboration amongst the healthcare community. it also is pretty pricey at a cost of $200,000 annually. And then finally, we closed the meeting looking for what the task force members wanted for, like a wish list, if you will, and giving them the opportunity to share some thoughts that they have that they'd want for the PMP. And one of the things that came up was, you know, we'd love to see California data. We border against California. We share data with every other state, but with California, it's invisible a little bit. And the reason why that is California still does not have statutory ability to share data. So until California can do that, we're not able to share data with California. And then it was also brought up that there's a gap when users of the CSPMP are, I guess the best way to ask, what's brought up is, where do methadone clinics and MAT treatments fit into everything? And a lot of healthcare practitioners don't realize that MAT treatment is not reported into the prescription drug monitoring program. It's covered by 482 CFR Part 2, and that prevents those patients receiving treatment from a MAT facility from having that data reported into the PMP. And then finally, there was talk about allowing the licensing boards the ability to see if a prescriber queried the PMP themselves. So at this point in time, they have to reach out to PMP staff to find that information out. And could we possibly give them that direct ability? And that's something we're looking into. So that's a recap of what occurred during the task force meeting. If you guys have questions, I'll answer.
Doug, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned about methadone. I know that methadone for withdrawal would not be captured on the PMP report, but what about if a physician writes for methadone for pain? Would that quantity of methadone prescribed for pain be captured on the PMP report?
It is. If it's dispensed by the pharmacy, then it's gonna be reported into the PMP.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, Doug.
Hi, Kyra.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but is there any way to put pressure on the EHR systems from the state of Arizona to integrate? Because that is, I think, one of the things that kind of stops prescribers and pharmacists. Because if it's integrated, it's just one more tiny step instead of a large step. So anyway, I know I've said this to you like 5 times. You're probably sick of me saying it.
Well, I think that the way the state has handled it is they through funding that we receive, we pay for that integration. So the only thing the end user may have to do is make some type of software update to their own system. I don't have any statutory ability to make somebody do it, but we've made it as easy as possible. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Skvarla?
Doug, real quick, we've talked about Knox Care in the past. It seems like the price on that thing has skyrocketed since we originally started talking about it. Is there enough of a demand, do you think, in our medical community to warrant an investment like that? And B, are we statutorily able to charge the prescribers for access to those reports or to provide those reports?
I can tell you that some states do charge for the integration. As far as You know, like there are states that charge $50 a head to be integrated. Now, NarcScare is a little bit different. It's kind of like the Cadillac versus the Chevy. So I guess the long answer is right now I don't have a statutory ability to charge them. It would be something that through task force and discussion with those associations that they may choose to want to do it, but it wouldn't be something I could force.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, guys? Well, thanks so
All
much
right.
for your time.
Thank you, Doug, for the report. Okay. Dr. Gunny, Dr. Dodge, anything else before today we do a call to the public?
I think that was it for today.
Yeah, just
Okay.
give us a minute to post the number, Mr.
Yep,
President.
you just give us the direction and we'll pause and wait. So if anybody does have anything, they can get it out there.
There's the number. So we'll give them a minute or two to dial in. And we'll keep an eye out for any new people, participants. Mr. President, there is a delay by the time we post it and it being posted on
Sure.
YouTube. So Lynn, Rob, do you see anybody chiming in? I do not see anybody that has logged in to participate.
Not so far.
Okay, Mr. President, I don't see anybody.
Okay. All right. Thank you for a great day, board members and staff. We will recess and convene tomorrow morning at 8:30, Dr. Gandhi?
Yes, it is 8:30.
Okay. Appreciate everybody today. So the meeting is in recess until then.